1 turn. Live. That one. Earn. Yes, I would like to earn money from this, thank you. That would be very kind of you. Did that save? I assume that saved. Video link. Pause self before you hear me. Haha! Success! Pop out chat. Okay, so we have a YouTube now. Sorry about that. So yes, we are playing Dutch East Indies. If you want to see the proper intro, go watch Twitch. Alright, so let's go ahead and unpause. We are still expanding Javanese infrastructure because I want the extra factories. And the army is training too. Do we have a surplus of guns? No, we still have a shortage. That's fine. Dang it, Mordred, now I want to start a game of DEI today with submarine focuses. Oh, speaking of submarines, guess who Dutch East Indies gets? Because he was actually from the Dutch East Indies. Oh. So if we want to go full Helfrich, and I think one should always go full Helfrich, Dutch East Indies is where he is. Bold and 5 attack. Man, I forgot how good this guy is. Okay, I hadn't really forgotten, I'm just saying that because I want to highlight how good he is. The most OP Admiral in Hoy. Exactly. And I think he can also be your Chief of Navy. Yes, he can. So you know what? I think we should probably go submarines. And why was he so powerful? Because he sank a ship a day. Develop Sumatra, I think, might be the next one to go. Unless we want to upgrade these. Oh, research slot. Let's do that. Expanding the Batavia Institute of Technology will allow a greater number of students to become educated and increase the rate of our technological development. Sounds like it might be useful. Turkey remilitarizes Turkish Straits. Well, you'll have to play as well, Desert Wolves, and just see who submarines better. I think that seems reasonable. Besides, technically you're stealing my idea. I'm the submarine guy. I'm especially the Helfrich submarine guy. 1,000 gun short. Electronical, mechanical engineering is done, but we're just going to need to go on mechanical computing. Give me that research speed, pretty please. Right, Soetado's got his petition coming up. That's where you choose the dual colony or the independence movement. And then after that, we'll need to start thinking about what directions we want to take. We're also going to need to start thinking about who we want as our Governor General. So at the moment is Bonifacius Cornelis de Jonge. And that will become available when we do this. And then we can do these. And the interesting thing about the governors is you can upgrade de Jonge and then switch to Sharda and you still get de Jonge's bonuses. So you kind of want to do those early, if you're able to. Alright, so I think next up we will develop Sumatra. Yeah, this then gives civilian factories. Because I want to do plan for the future, but we don't have a shortage of building slots right now, so that can wait. The future can wait. Sumatra is the most resource-rich island in the archipelago, yet the infrastructure is so poor that a great proportion of extracted resources never make it back to Batavia. Transportation relies on a patchwork of dirt roads and unconnected railway lines, wholly insufficient to support our plan to the island. We cannot let this continue. And now we have our research slot, which we can then put to basic machine tools. Soetado Petition. The Volksraad petition, organised by Soetado, which requests a roundtable conference to be held between the Dutch and Indonesian representatives to discuss the Indonesian desire for autonomy, has finished internal debate, and the petition has gone to the Governor-General for approval. While many advisers insist the status quo must be maintained, and therefore the petition should be vetoed, there is no denying the nationalist movements are only getting stronger and more radicalised. If we continue to refuse every peaceful request for autonomy, the nationalists may begin more violent alternatives. So we can start the negotiations, which will give us access to the Volksraad and also complete rule in the crown. We can do status quo, which will make us less democratic and also reduce our autonomy. Or we can say maybe the nationalists have a point, and that'll start the revolution. No, we're going to do Dutch siege to the Indies completes the jewel in the crown. We'll just go for the peaceful path. And then after this, you know what? That's only 4 days progressed. And I kind of want to get some of these governor bonuses because they are quite nice. So we now have access to this part, so we can... Governor General de Jonge, this will give his trait an upgrade, which is a temporary thing. But then when we get things like economic stabilization, this is a permanent bonus to mismanaged administration. So we want to try to grab as many of these as possible, because generally, Shadow is better. And I think we're going to do the peaceful path with the Netherlands, but again, the question is going to be whether we try to become a dominion or not. So negotiations is done better with Sharda. I think we want to keep the Dutch characters, like, you know, Helfrich. More likely to take joint focuses. Remove the Netherlands' most precious jewel, which grants raise autonomy to free. Allows you to core in the Indonesian princely state, which has received industrial investment. This one requires fully independent. So I think we just use the regular autonomy system to get independence to do the Republic of Indonesia. This removes us as a puppet. Right, this integrates. Yeah, I don't want to do the integration. And then this one locks us to being a puppet, but I think we can be a dominion. However, this gives a massive amount of resources to the Overlord. So I think we're going to be aiming for the Republic of Indonesia. But we're going to try and squeeze as much out of the Dutch as we possibly can. Alright, so let's get de Jonge. Bonifacius Cornelius de Jonge is known for ruling with an iron fist, opposing any form of nationalism and often ignoring the wishes of the Volksraad. His rule over the Indies has lasted a long time, and his experience stretches all the way back to the Great War, where he served as the Indies Minister for War. This does reduce industry to Overlord again. Bolivian Socialist Revolution of 36, cool. We can modify the government. We can get the Indonesian minister, which will give us autonomy gain. And we do actually want autonomy. And I think getting autonomy early is going to be a good thing, although we do also really want Kunaman. Let's get him now, so we can start building that autonomy up. Mordred's the submarine man, Gareth is the air controller. Gareth is the guy who plays Australia relentlessly, air controller or otherwise. Right, and then we have the Volksraad. So the Volksraad is the People's Council, known in Dutch as the Volksraad, was established in 1918 as an attempt to bring democracy to the East Indies as part of the implementation of the so-called ethical policies. The seats are filled by both Dutch and Indonesian officials, selected through various means. While the Netherlands maintain an unconditional veto right, the Volksraad can pass motions and bills at the government. So we can spend political power to get a number of things, although the Dutch have to agree to it. So allowing Indonesian language in schools, for example, will give us autonomy. The Dutch can veto it, which will cost them political power and give us political power in exchange. So basically, if they refuse, then it costs us half the amount of the proposal. There are a couple of these which are really nice, though. For example, extra research speed, extra stability and construction speed, more generals. That is autonomy and mismanaged. Administration, that's political power from the mismanaged administration. I think maybe we try to aim for this one. Get that political power early, because then we can do more of the reforms. Alright, next up, let's do economic stabilization, which will give us a permanent construction speed and research speed. Does mismanaged administration ever get removed? No, it's just a bunch of things that modify it. Maybe it gets removed if it goes to 0? I don't actually know how this system works. Research speed modifier is at least positive and you have 14 factories. Interesting. Yeah, maybe the name changes. So we wanted to, yes, do this. The Great Depression and worldwide protectionism has left us economically crippled, and many Indonesians who once worked in the raw materials industry have found themselves without a job. We must take drastic measures and create a labour programme where citizens without a job will be assigned one. Also need political power to increase autonomy when it comes up. Also true. Still don't have positive guns. Because we're training. Why does that keep going down? It's getting worse. No one's training, so there shouldn't be any attrition. Okay, now it is actually going down. That was weird. Okay, so we can restore order in the Indies. So Tharmin stops being a political advisor, but Oirip Samaharjo also gets removed, but mismanaged administration becomes better. I think we want to keep Oirip, don't we? No, that's a Adipati. So Oirip. So we lose him. Oh no, I don't want to lose him, so we're not doing this. Detangle the supply chains. Resources to market +7. Definitely want that. Our export economy requires goods to go through dozens of middlemen until it finally reaches the final destination, each time requiring a fee, a tax, or another reason to take a little bit off the top. We should work to detangle this mess and control the majority of the supply chain directly. Are the Dutch siphoning our guns? I don't think they can. Unless they have Indonesian soldiers, but even those would be equipped by the Dutch. They just use my manpower. I don't think they can access our guns. Right, and now we can do this. There's been ongoing debate in the Volksraad regarding the subsidies and scholarships given to Dutch students in the East Indies. Several representatives of native communities in the Volksraad have argued that this system could be expanded to any student regardless of background. This would buy us a lot of goodwill with the population, though it would not be cheap. Alright, and then... construction 2. Could it be garrisons? Ah, yes, you're right. And in fact, that's a very good point. Because we actually start with a whole bunch of occupied territory. We do not control the entirety of the Dutch East Indies. So what I want to... I don't have any army experience. I can't change that, even if I wanted to. Question. What's the difference between the field divisions? Yeah, they have those. And garrison divisions. So garrison divisions are really cheap. Field divisions, I actually kind of want to upgrade these guys to be. Yes. And then in the occupations we're using the garrison divisions, which is fine. We want to make this the default, except I will go on a piece-by-piece basis and probably reduce most of these. Target 15 is fine. To build up that compliance. particularly while we're at peace. We lost like 8 months of that, but it's fine. We'll manage. And then the other thing I want to do is say raid, garrisons, operations, supply trucks, get priority. And then we start training these guys. And now we really lose guns. Yeah, only 12,000 short. This is fine! No problem. New Governor General of the Dutch East Indies. Really? Ready? So we can keep De Jonge, which give us stability and allow us to continue going down De Jonge's path. Well, we got economic stabilization at least. Or we can say the 5-year term of Bonifacius Cornelius de Jonge is approaching its end, and thus we must decide on a suitable leader to take his place. Queen Wilhelmina has recommended Alidius Schauder von Starkenberg, Schauer, who has shown great promise as extraordinary ambassador and minister plenipotentiary. So he's a moderate governor, he gives stability and democracy support. Whereas De Jonge at the moment, political power, 20%. Stability and ideology drift defense, but he does reduce our autonomy by 0.1. Which you are actually counteracting, so our autonomy is rising really freaking slowly. Five-year term. So maybe we go with De Jonge, then we switch to China. Another question is, how long can these stay open? 12 days, and I need 19 to finish this. Yeah, right. Well spotted, thank you. Does this immediately cancel? Bastards! Fine. So Sharda can gain stability, reduction in time taken to do stuff, building slots, research speed, but only after we've got Volksrad. I'm just not as interested in his bonuses right now, so I think we're going to continue working on our industry in that case. So now we are going to develop Sumatra. Let's get that going. Hey, Fraser. But our autonomy should now be rising way more, and it is. Ethiopia has capitulated. October 36, that's a quick capitulation. So 36, is it? Guess it's alright. Infrastructure, meanwhile, is continuing to get produced. And yeah, I think we just double down on the industry right now. Basic machine tools are done, and that's going to open these up, so we're going to get concentrated industry. Xinjiang Clique declared war on Khotan Ma. An Khanate on the United Front is formed. We're still selling some resources to people, so we're still gaining a few factories. We're down to just 10k guns short. Sumatra has been developed. And then Kalimantan, no, Sulawesi comes with the civilian factories. Also a bunch of compliance and resistance reduction. Nice. Sulawesi is the centre of the archipelago and therefore an important strategic location. We should build roads, power lines and communications to ensure it can be used as a military hub in the event of war. Am I going to build a fleet? That is the intention, yes. Which does mean I should probably get the naval focuses going sooner rather than later. Because we can do the KNIL. in the East Indies fleet, which will at least allow me to get naval experience. You know what I should do first, though? I should probably research submarines if we don't have them already. I also need to do the Dutch East Indies so that the Dutch can start actually investing in us. That's a higher priority. Indonesians now able to apply for education subsidies. The petition has been signed by Hendrikus Klein and is now officially mandated. Implementation of the petition will begin shortly once final details are decided. So we gain a bunch of autonomy and also extra political gain per day. Plus these are available once more. Stability, that is... Oh, there's Oirip. Comes available as a Chief of Army. So I guess we would lose access to him if we had taken that other focus. Construction speed. I think we should reduce the private rubber export tax. There is currently an extremely high tax on private companies exporting rubber, allowing us to maintain a monopoly over the market. However, this has resulted in economic stagnation in some regions due to private plantations being unable to operate. This was deemed worthwhile at the time of implementation, but international protectionism from the Great Depression has left our rubber export economy far less lucrative. It may be worth reducing the tax in order to stimulate the economy. Okay, sure. But yeah, this is going to be a way stronger army as a result. And as compliance is rising, says Amambar. Nice to see how those two are interrelated. Jason wrote. Tharmin is the really big autonomy progress guy, but no, we want the Dutch representative. We need to get the most that we can out of the Dutch. And then once we've reached a decent level at that, then we'll start spiking autonomy. But I feel like we're already doing a pretty good job with that, so I don't think it's necessarily necessary. That is still more than a year. Machine tools I think would be useful. We also need to get excavation 1 so we can start doing some more of the Balamantung area. Okay, so we want to do Dutch East Indies. The colony was founded nearly 500 years ago and has taken many shapes since then. The world is changing quickly and our actions will now dictate the future of the Dutch-Indonesian relations far into the future. So we gain stability, we gain political power gain, and also the Dutch gain some political power. That is still being passed. Yeah, so it can be less than a year ahead, but I mean it takes more than a year for me to do the actual technology. Sorry, I didn't make that clear. If it's more than 365 days, I don't do it. Alright, now we can get the Dutch representative, and I would very much like to do that, because I really like this system. And we're just about to finish off the Dutch East Indies. So now the Dutch are going to have access to the East Indies investments, and these are really quite nice. Although this does cost us autonomy, so we're going to need to be careful to balance that. Oh, that was reduced from 105 days to 70 days. Why do I feel like that's not working? That should definitely be 35 days. Oh, I have shower, not... Yeah, it is. Oh, because I haven't done this yet. Duh. So if I do that... Oh, we can take over Portuguese Timor. Nice. Start doing some of those, but I don't consider those as important as the economic ones. And actually, Sumatra Railway gives me another civilian factory, so I think that's a good choice. As part of our ongoing efforts to develop Navy, we formed the KNIL. And that'll also allow the Dutch to do foundations of defence if they so wish. Since the East Indies completed its conquest of the entire archipelago, the Royal the Royal Netherlands East Indies Army. Do I want to do this now? I've just realised, if I do this, that's opening all of these other focuses that the Dutch can then do. I kind of want them to focus on these. So no, I'm not going to do that one just yet. I am, in fact, going to get the Sumatra Railway. As part of our ongoing efforts to develop Sumatra's infrastructure, we should construct a large railway stretching from northern Aceh to the southernmost port in Sumatra, which connects to Batavia by ship very quickly. This way, resources will only have to be transported to the nearest train station, at which point we can move it to Batavia in a matter of days. Has been reduced. Excellent. So far the Dutch are allowing us to do everything. I've probably just jinxed that. Anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War, so that is still ongoing. Ooh, Republicans are not doing too hot. Yeah, this is now cut off, Madrid. This is also in serious danger. They should just withdraw from here. Sumatra Railway is done. Develop Kalimantan, that's just infrastructure. That's electrical grid. That's military factories. That would help us with our mills. We're nowhere near being in a position to centralise, so I think we'll just go for the consumer goods reduction. The Bangka Belitung Islands, while small, are a cornerstone of the Indonesian economy due to the island's bauxite deposits. We need to build roads, ports and railways on Bangka Belitung to ensure that we can reap the full rewards of the island's rich mineral wealth. Construction is done. That's too far ahead of time. I do want to get excavation 1 so we can do more of the Belitung stuff. Did it again, zoom to Australia. Meanwhile, these are available. Research speed. Let's go ahead and do this one. The education system of the East Indies currently operates using education quotas, where a certain number of Indonesian students must be accepted and a certain number of Dutch students must be accepted. This has been controversial in the Volksraad due to the common belief that it's skewed unfairly towards the Dutch. While we could let the Volksraad continue arguing for years over how to reform the system, it may be worth abolishing the quota system altogether. Hindenburg was averted. US passes neutrality. Meanwhile, we are almost ready to become a colony. Which would cost 150 political power, so we are going to do that. I don't feel like these were massively important. Resources to market, we still have a lot of stuff available. So that's not that important right now either. And there we are, they're doing the East Indies investments. Perfect. So now I think what we're gonna do is Governor General Sharda. Alidius Sharda von Starkenburg-Schauer has a slightly different vision for the East Indies than his predecessor. While he's still opposed to nationalism, he's slightly more liberal policies and is more willing to listen to the wishes of the Volksraad. Does give some more stability too. Concentrated industry is done. Oh, we already have sub-2s. Sweet. Do we have torpedoes? We have some. These are definitely raiding shipbuilders. I'm assuming we don't get any others. Alright. Meanwhile, you guys are fully trained. East Indies investments has been completed by the Netherlands. Thank you for that, Netherlands. Immediately they start working on Fokker. Cool. Improved machine tools is done. The education quota system has been abolished. So far the Dutch have said yes to everything. The petition has been signed by Hendrikus Carlijn and is now officially mandated. And we also finished with Sharda. So now let's just go for the research buffs. The Volksraad has made it clear that the will of the Indonesian people is for education to become more accessible, as currently it is the primary Dutch Indonesians and the small group of Indonesian elite who can afford it. In order to comply with the Volksraad motion, we should construct several primary and secondary schools in and around Batavia. And we also have a research slot, which I think... Do I want to upgrade destroyers? We're gonna want to eventually. That's less than a year. So we'll go for the research. Are there any things to increase research? Yes. We were just looking at one of them, in fact. That one. Effect, gain 1 research slot, but it requires our mismanaged administration research to be positive rather than negative, and we need to have at least 14 civilian factories, which right now we have 13. What's it take for us to mobilize? Only 2 more war support. Okay. Which we can now do, because Japan just went toward China. Marco Polo bridge incident. Japanese and Chinese forces have skirmished exclusively over Marco Polo. The Dutch just did another of our economic focuses. Maringio takes over Paraguay. But I'm trying to save up 150 political power. Right, so that I can become a colony. I think that mobilization is probably more important than colony. Expanding infrastructure, sweet. They're doing a lot of focuses for us, which is very nice of them. I need 6 Volksraad. Now that's only 35 days, so I think we probably start this. Autonomy progress +1, however, does come with a war support penalty. Oh, it's Soitado himself. Nice. Soitado's petition for autonomy is promising, giving us an opportunity to compromise between the nationalists and the loyalists. We should begin our official negotiations with his party. Or we can do the sideline of the Volksraad, which is the, like, super loyalist part. We're loyal. We're not that loyal, though. Meanwhile, Fokker is an upgrade. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then we're almost certainly going to be using fighters, although nabs would also be nice. Is this the only... Yes, it is. Okay. Start out with fighters. Panay incident. American and British gunboats were attacked by Japanese aircraft in separate incidents. Oops. Meanwhile, we're only 4.5k guns short now, which is good. Shell's infrastructure has been expanded by the Netherlands. And they are blitzing through these. Rubber taxation. Add autonomy. Duchies, hang on. Give Netherlands rights to all resources on Medan and Riau. I don't like that. Which one's Medan and Riau? What's this bit? That's a lot of resources. Oi! I mean, I'm barely gonna notice. I think it's time for some education reforms. Although taking over Timor before anything bad happens is probably also going to be a priority. Many citizens of the East Indies lack the ability to get an education, and very few have graduated from secondary school. If we want the East Indies to become a wealthy industrialised state, we must ensure education is properly accessible to the population. Meanwhile, we have 150. We were saving this for something. There's autonomy. Right. Partial mobilization. So now we can actually start building civilian factories. Which I would very much like to do. Actually, Medan Real, way low priority now. Okay, we can get even better torpedoes. We should. And my happy face. 2.5k short. Oh! Huh, I wasted some days there. Nationalist Coalition. We'll keep some Dutch characters in the event of independence. We get a bunch of Indonesian characters. Crucible population +2. Nice. 8% research. I guess that would allow us to immediately core stuff. Well, that allows us to get rid of Andries. And will also make us democratic. I think Volksraad compromise. I want to keep my Dutch characters. I want Helfrich, damn it! Reform within the chamber has carried us this far, and there is no reason to abandon the road now. The Volksraad will continue its careful work, trading concession with The Hague, pursuing self-rule through patience rather than rupture. A future inside of the Dutch Commonwealth offers far more than a future spent fighting for one outside of it. And there we go. Colony was also cheaper, so we grabbed it. So we are now a colony rather than a puppet. We've gone up one level in autonomy. Next up will be Dominion. We just need to maintain our autonomy positively. Also, we have a research slot. So you just finished. That's precisely 365 days. Do I take this or do I not take this? Yeah, obviously I take this as construction. Volksraad compromises are done. Now we can encourage further investment. So the Netherlands is 20%, even more likely to take my focuses. The terms agreed at the Volksraad have settled the political question for now, and the Dutch capital has taken note. Tariffs will be eased, guarantees extended, and the chambers of commerce in Amsterdam and Rotterdam reassured that the archipelago remains open for business. What was profitable under the old arrangement will be profitable under the new. I think I might start training some more troops soon. Yes, I think I will. All in Nanjing, that's not good. Yeah, Japan's making good progress at the moment. Not ideal. We could also do another of these. I think it is about time that we were allowed to hoist the red and white flag. The red and white flag of Indonesia is currently illegal to display in public due to its connections to nationalist anti-colonial organizations. Legalizing its display would be a demonstration of our willingness to cooperate and stop the ongoing radicalization of nationalists across the archipelago. Unless I'm trying to save political power for something, I've just gone up in autonomy, and I've also gotten partial mobilization. No, we're good. At some point we do need to try to save up 200 political power to get Helfrich, though. However, we have tier 2 submarines already. Unfortunately, we don't have any variants. Do we have any field marshals? Yes, we do. Cool. Further investment has been encouraged. Democratic Indonesia, more than 25% for the Volksraad, which is, I guess, democratic, which is exactly 25%. This would allow us to switch out the current country leader, which I don't actually want. I want to be able to complete all of these. I wonder if that would allow me to elect de Jonge again. Maybe. And this one requires us to be a dominion. I see. Right, we can't do the Republic of Indonesia because we are not... No, we are going to be independent, yes. We're not going to be a dominion. We're going to go full independence. We're just a very aligned with the Netherlands. Well, we've done this as peacefully as we possibly can. Alright, what do we want to focus on next? I mean, honestly, getting some of these out of the way before we do potentially go down this path would probably be a good move. Reforming the KNIL to then get the East Indies Navy is probably also a good move. Let's do that. Since the East Indies completed its conquest of the entire archipelago, the Royal Netherlands East Indies Army has remained immobile and has a severe lack of funding, with tensions rising worldwide. We must begin rearming the Indies sooner rather than later. Now we're starting to sell more stuff. Not the oil, though, interestingly. Selling to Italy and Germany. That's not going to be bad. It's just good business. It's fine. We are going to need to make support equipment at some point. You know, I think I'm going to start doing that now. KNIL has been reformed, so let's go ahead and do the East Indies Navy. The Dutch East Indies lacks an official navy, leaving the Netherlands in charge of defending the colony. With increasing tensions in Europe and Asia, this will not continue to work. We must take the first step towards founding a dedicated Indonesian navy. This is artillery inrichtingen. We're going to go with reinforced stocks, more soft attack. More good. Pass that one too. Damn. No, we're saving political power now. Because now I really do want to get Hilfrick so I can get the ticking naval experience. We're going to gain a bunch from this, which would be nice. But I want more. More! Yes, I think I would love to have some domestic ship production. If we want our navy to stand against our neighbours, we must begin to ramp up domestic ship production. Furthermore, that's not a new module, that's just attack. Submarine 2, I would like you to be NSM Amsterdam, I would like you to have torpedoes, and I'd like to have even more torpedoes. And we'll call this Submarine 2. And yes, please use historical submarine names. Perfection. And we'll start producing those. Excellent. Computing machine is done. We're about to get a bunch of speed. Oh, these were modules. Oh. That is an upgrade in module. What I would like to have is the upgrade for submarines, because the next one's 39. So I think I want to grab this one after this. And I kind of might as well grab these. We have 3 upgrades. And I think that we are going to need destroyers at some point to protect all of the shipping, which is undoubtedly going to be going on around here. And there we go, we're working on our first submarine. Magnetic detonator. Now we're going to work on the T3 improved sub, which I mostly want for the engine. I don't know that I'm actually going to build tier 3 and 4 submarines. This is a good question. Probably fuel. I don't give a rat's ass about fuel. I don't really care about speed either. We're using submarines, so give me that range. Also need sonar for the destroyers at some point, yes. So I think I am going to spend all of those points on upgrading the sonar and stuff. Bulgaria approaches German Reich. Meanwhile, you guys are primarily waiting on the support equipment for your engineer companies. There's the domestic ship production. So I can now go ahead to submarines. This does give me another dockyard. In fact, all of these do. Oh, they're all 70 days. Ouch. Outsource naval production, coordination, organization, spotting speed, convoy rating, escort efficiency, defense, and dockyard construction speed. Divert civilian and army spending to the navy. That's even more good. 25% dockyard construction speed. Interesting. I mean, if we're relying entirely on exports, we're going to have a lot of civilian factories from that. We're not going to need to build very many, says the guy who's currently building some. Netherlands will transfer their entire navy to the Dutch East Indies, but yeah, that's only if there are governments in exile. Still haven't done any more of these, unfortunately. And I'd very much like to leave the mixed options to them. I think I should probably do one of these. And I'm relying on exporting stuff. Steel production. Steel is low, but I have access to a lot of steel if I need it. I'm actually not sure on this one, so you know what? When I'm not sure about something, I have a resource I can call upon. Which path shall we go? Shall we go with the realigned supply chains? So we use the decision system to basically exchange rubber for set bonuses. Or do we do first come, first serve? Which is increasing the amount of our resources on the market, which can then be purchased by others. Although that could also be purchased by our enemies. But hey, that's just good business. So get your votes in. Which would you like to see? Trading in temporary resources for temporary buffs? Or a more permanent sell everything policy? And everyone gets a vote. It's just some people get more than one vote. There you go. Sonar lady, Mr. Golden Dad joke pun opportunity. Disappointed! It's a really close vote. The votes don't matter, only those who count the votes matter. Count the votes or buy the votes? And Heck 3D, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. This is a really close vote. Like, there is literally one vote in this right now. So get your votes in. They are very literally going to count. This is super close. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Nekonexu, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Okay, the votes are in, and oh, almost a last minute swing there. Still only 2 votes in it. First come, first serve. Were served last with 49% of the vote. Against Realigned Supply Chain with 51% of the vote. Jason Rhodes, thank you very much for the 44,000 channel point investment. This has probably been one of the highest investment. Yeah, I mean, both sides. Massive number of channel points spent. 47,000 on one side, 81,000 on another. Crazy. But we have decided. Realigned supply chain it is. The vote has been bought. I mean, cast. Cast. Definitely meant cast. While the protectionism of the Great Depression is slowing down, increased production and an overvalued gulden has left the Dutch export market in tatters. As our old trading partners in the West have turned to South America to meet their demands, we must take steps to convince our allies to start trading with us again. Nationalists have won the Spanish Civil War. That's a really early Civil War. June 38. And there's our 200 political power. Excellent! Elric, your time to shine, buddy. Netherlands-Indonesia naval program's been completed. The Netherlands will transfer 25% of the naval forces to the Dutch East Indies, and also Curaçao gains 2 naval dockyards. The Netherlands has announced the creation of the Netherlands-Dutch East Indies Naval Programme, a joint initiative to reorganise and expand our maritime forces. Dutch expertise and Indonesian manpower will together form the backbone of a new Pacific defence network. Sweet! Oh, hello. I've got boats! So we have a couple of submarines, which we are probably going to want to upgrade. And then we have a small surface fleet, including 1 coastal defense ship. Oops. Sweet. So this is technically going to be all of the really old ships. So we're going to give you this color and make you yellow. You're going to be like a local defense fleet, and then we'll have our sharks there. A new president in Uruguay. Charge thrower in 8 days. We're going to, I think, also invest in destroyers. Death charge thrower is done. We are going to want to get the smoke generator. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get the passive sonar. Well, those supply chains have now been realigned. So we have access to these resource contracts. You can see here they cost rubber. This is a new system we added where you can spend resources on decisions. So in exchange for 40 rubber, which will last for 2 years, and then you get them back again, we get a civilian factory which is permanent, military factory, experience, army, navy and air, political power and command power, use rubber for bribery, nice. 4,000 M1 Garans. 4 trucks. 24 civilian trains. Damn! Recruitable population plus 30%. Can only be activated once. Okay, so all of these are repeatable, but this is only once. I think I would quite like to get some more civilian factories to get our economy really going. It's too bad I can't invest in dockyards. But yeah, we'll go ahead and spend the 40 political power, 40 rubber on that. We have so much, even if a portion of it is going to the Netherlands. Portion being 129. Small portion. Fate of the Javaship Bank reduces the cooldown for resource contract decisions by 10 days. Yeah, does it say anywhere? Yeah, I guess it's this is the cooldown technically. Standard oil, industrial research speed, synthetic resource research speed, which does not seem worthwhile. Target country trade cost. Is that the US trading with us or us with the US? I think that's us with the US. Which means that I can get their goods for 20% less factories. So basically 6 factories-ish per resource from the US, which is actually a lot. That's actually really tempting. I think we should do the Javaship Bank though. The East Indies Hilda has been in free fall since the Depression struck, and the Javaship Bank lacks the tools to arrest this decline. We must decide how to stabilize our currency before what remains of investor confidence evaporates entirely. That looks like an AI one. Interesting. I wonder if the Dutch have been using my manpower. Oh, I'm at minus 75% because of this. How do I get rid of that? No wonder I have so little manpower, considering the size of my country. I would imagine it is... these. Or not? Yes. 20% recruitable population right there. If the Netherlands does this first, they get autonomy reduction on me. Oh, that's interesting. I like that mechanic. That's good. Whoever does it, I get the benefit, but if they do it first, then my autonomy goes down. That's a nice balance. I like it. Yeah, so I think we'll probably need to get the Makassar Military Academy so I can get some more manpower, because I want to continue building up my army. Fourth International, number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today. Sudetenland have started an armed revolt against the Czechoslovak Republic. Meanwhile, we can get a Grand Doctrine. We are 100% going trade interdiction. And having got that, we can now start earning mastery. Hey, our first submarine. This is the first of those. I'm going to say go ahead and just fill that up with ships. Start training. 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 And this will give us a bunch of Navy experience as well. The Derbyshire Bank reserves have fallen to the lowest point in a decade. The Hulda buys less every month, and plantation owners are demanding payment in foreign currency. Our financial advisors agree that bank alone cannot reverse this decline, but they disagree sharply on the remedy. So we can try to strengthen the Hulda, which gives us Derbyshire Bank as a minus 15 consumer goods factory. Peg the Indies Hulda to the Dutch Hulda. So for 2/3 of a year, we get economic transition, which is big penalties, but after that we get stability, which is dockyard construction speed, but we do lose some autonomy. Or we peg the Hulda to the dollar, which will give us factories. The Americans will like us. And will also come with autonomy gain, dockyards, and factory construction speed. Although less than if we went with the Dutch. I think I can soak up 0.25 autonomy, especially when we go to war and I start contributing. Or we can strengthen the Hulda and then we get Derbyshire Bank here. Ah, Royal Dutch Shell adds resources to market. That's why it's good. Naval base construction speed. But no, I like consumer goods reduction, so I think we're going to go with this one. Okay, now I was talking about getting Makassar Military Academy, but we are still a long way away from any kind of conflict, I think. So we're gonna hold off on that. Ooh, civilian factories. Let's do that one. The history of tin mining in the Bangka Belitung Islands predates European presence in the archipelago, so it's no wonder then that the tin industry on the islands is overdue for some modernisation. Overhauling the production capabilities is an expensive endeavour, and our existing tin industry will not be operational for some time as we rebuild it. However, there is significant potential for long-term profit. And profit makes the world go round. No, profit rules the world. It is money that makes the world go round, but it is profits that rules it. According to a Civilization 2 advisor. The Munich Agreement. German demands for Sudeten territory in Czechoslovakia as home to considerable minority have intensified. Passive sonar is done. So let's go ahead and get active sonar. And we also have an upgrade here. That's for cruisers, that's for capitals. Torpedo attack, I think, is the one we want. Investments in mining are done. Lucrative quinine agreement. Don't know what this agreement does, but it might be good. think I might demand the return of East Timor. Timor has no right to being occupied by Portugal. It's the remnant of colonial history that we mustn't continue to tolerate. For it is rightful Indonesian territory. We must issue a formal demand to Portugal that they return Timor to us immediately. Or fear my submarines. And we also have enough naval experience to grab one of these, and I think we're almost certainly going to get instilled aggression. Yeah. Gotta be, really. There you go. Am I going Communist Indies? No. We are going Loyalist Indies, although not too loyal. So we could do Concentrated Industry, which would give us more dockyard output, and I think that's probably the good move here. Destroyers were completed by the Netherlands, that's good. What are they working on next? None of the naval things. Rubber shipment dispatched. The convoys have loaded the last of the rubber and put to sea. Our buyers will have what they paid for, and our books will reflect the agreed upon compensation. In due course, for the next 2 years, the cost of transportation will sit on the balance sheets, a reminder of what the Depression demands of us. So... oh, so we can just immediately arrange another shipment, which will then do that again. I would kind of like to do that one too. Acknowledged. I think I'll do that now, before I actually need rubber, or before the demand for rubber spikes. I'm down to a measly 282. Oh no, whatever will I do? Only have 282 rubber. Ah. Time for the Java Shabunk. Eastern Timor has surrendered. The controllers of East Timor have begun withdrawing the garrison and packing up colonial administration. The entire island will soon be under Indonesian authority. Excellent. So this is this. And it's already got some compliance. That is going to go up to 23 resistance, but that's mostly just because we have a shortage of guns. It's not going to be lasting too long. Cool. Next. Next up, I think I want to finish off Sharjah's stuff. And we also want to do some more of the Volkswagen. We can't forget about those. Every European industrialized nation has a strong electrical grid to support their industry. If we want to stop relying on material exports and create our own manufacturing industry like them, we should build a high-capacity electrical grid that stretches across the entirety of Java. Begin. Special Forces Doctrine, which I'm not quite ready to do yet. Reduce land ownership taxes. That was this one. A bunch of building slots. Resources to Overlord goes up. Military industry to the Overlord also goes up, unfortunately. So am I seeing any of that go yet? No. Research slot available. Oh, because these are destroyer upgrades. Interesting. I mean, I get the most out of the basic destroyer. I should have gone for this one in that case. We'll go for Destroyer 2 so I can get the Destroyer 2 engines and whatever destroyer I decide to make. Improve submarine. Maybe I want to get a naval facility, although I don't think I really need higher tech cruisers. I mean, one other thing we probably should be looking at is increasing the level of naval bases. Unfortunately, they're not displayed. No, no. Yeah, that's the amount of supply. Because I would very much like to scatter some naval supply hubs around. They require level 8 bases to do that. Because then I can control the entirety of the Dutch East Indies. Particularly like over here. So if you guys were going to be convoy raiding... Oh, you can already reach the majority from Batavia. So there's a base that I need over here, basically. I mean, ideally it would be here, but that's really, really dangerous. Because if the Japanese take it, then that's a position that they can use against me. That's too dangerous. I think what I should probably do is build a naval base down here. Maybe in Meroke. Would also help with supply there. Or the island would be much easier to defend. Where are the bases there or there? Not that it really matters. Let's put one here. Do I want to put this so aggressively? I mean, it's 39 already, so kind of. But no. I need to build dockyards first. Not really much point setting up the naval infrastructure if you have no ships. And yes, I would very much like to have smoke generators. Although... Nope, that's still over here. Aftermath of the Chilean earthquake. Doctrines available. Not really. Right, let's get the raiding cruisers so we can get these upgrades. Right, and I do need to do these. Yes, I totally forgot about that. So this will give us Oirik Soimahajo, which is a army chief. Or we can get autonomy. Or we can get autonomy. Army chief. These two require us being a dominion. Okay. Now we can get a land doctrine. And for land doctrines... so we do have two theorists. Which we probably want to get. So do we want Grand Battle Plan or do we want Superior Firepower? I think that tungsten is one of the few things that we basically don't produce. Yes. So not Superior Firepower. In that case, Grand Battle Plan, but for that we really do need to get the Theorist, which would be Heinz Porten. Industrial or electrical investments, meanwhile, are done. You're investing in civilian railways. Oh, so you just reduce my autonomy by 250. That kind of sucks. Reduce land taxes. Resource gain efficiency. Consumer goods, factories, unfortunately goes up, but we do get more max factories per state for all of our states. The high taxes imposed on land ownership has made it difficult for native Indonesians to own plantations and businesses. While this has made it easy for us to hold a monopoly on the rubber industry, it has caused economic problems throughout the country. We should consider reducing these taxes to their previous rates, making it possible for smaller, privately owned rubber plantations to operate. Meanwhile, Italy is still progressing. It's fine. Netherlands has completed that, so my autonomy has just gone bloop. Basic destroyer. So I think that's all of the naval tech that I want to do for the moment. I do need to upgrade my submarines. That is now less than a year. And what am I doing here? I want to continue building these, but I want you to have the bigger engine now. Rubber shipment dispatched. Acknowledged. So with that, our manpower should go shooting through the roof. And we can do another rubber thing. And I think I'm going to do the expand... Hang on. What I should do is commandeer civilian trains while I can do that. And then we're going to expand the railway infrastructure for even more trains, so we'll never need to build a train, basically. Here you go. Research slot is available. I think probably the advanced. We should probably also get better guns, to be honest, because it's March 39. I feel like that there might be something on the horizon, maybe. I should probably also start buying some resources. Let's go for the US. Okay, so I want to start thinking about where we don't send convoys. And I'm thinking we don't send convoys to any of those locations. Or if we can help it, to here, which is one of the reasons we're building a supply hub there. Fate of Czechoslovakia. German troops are moved into Bohemia and Moravia ostensibly to restore order. Land taxes have been reduced. We still can't get the Javanese education investments because we need to do 6 Volksrad things. Prioritised Dutch companies would give upgrades to each of the MIOs or stability buff, research buff, but that costs me more consumer goods, which I don't particularly like. Oh, this is available now. Yeah, we should do this. Dutch companies such as Shell and Fokker have been the backbone of our economy for centuries now, with our raw material exports being heavily integrated with Shell. This has brought significant wealth to the Indies, and we should prioritise them over smaller, local businesses in order to ensure our cooperation remains strong. Kingdom of Hungary has declared war on Hungary. And then they immediately took it. IRIP is now available. And I think we should continue doing these. So let's just do the top one. Access to higher education in Indies is largely limited to the Dutch and wealthy classes of Indonesians who speak Dutch, as it's the only language higher education is taught in. An ongoing motion in the Volksraad is to open Indonesian language schools, is awaiting a vote from the Governor-General. New technology. Straight in Industry 3, I think. Yep. Gotta get that dockyard. Capability. You have definitely not finished training. Can you please 3, 4? How many admirals do we have? The one and only. So I think what we probably want to be doing is signing some more admirals. The problem... this is a problem. Is that none of them have experience yet. And I kind of like them to have some experience because I want to play with the ship captain system. So what I'm thinking right now is that we will merge these into one giant fleet and we'll just assign task forces orders rather than fleet orders, but have Helfrich be responsible for the lot. I feel like Mordred's metagaming, he should only react as events unfold, not as if he knows what's on the horizon. I'm just responding to an increase in tension. I mean, it's unmistakable. 32%. We have sufficient resources for some more KNIL units. And we also have a shitload of manpower. We should probably make use of some of that too. Bit under the weather and hot with the hot temperatures and cold temperatures. I'm sorry to hear that, KO. Actually, are we waiting for naval experience for anything? I don't think we are. So, Wolf Packs gives retreat speed after initial stage, organization, weather penalty, surface detection, torpedo hit chance, raiding efficiency, hit points, and organization. Capital Hunters is a reduction in reveal chance, speed while retreating, torpedo screen pen, visibility, attack, max speed, range, torpedo hit chance, fuel usage, screen pen, attack, surface detection, max range, mine laying, raiding efficiency, and organization. So that's plus 20 organization, that's 15. Raiding 20, raiding 30. That does have a 10% range though, which is quite nice. %50 surface detection too. But this is more... I mean, this one is definitely if you're using your submarines to hunt down capital ships. That makes sense. Mine laying, mine avoidance, mine damage. Oh, interesting. Max speed, mine laying, destroyer, light attack, anti-air, mine laying, sweeping. Long range submarines requires... Oh, hang on. This requires cruiser submarine. This does not... Oh no, it does affect regular subs. And then coastal defense, supply use, reliability, torpedo attack, visibility. So this is if you're worried about losing submarines. Makes them far more tough. So surface detection, surface visibility, max speed, torpedo attack, fuel usage. Sub-detection, torpedo attack, and organization. So there's no actual range bonuses, but that's because this mostly affects the long-range submarines, the fleet, the cruiser, and the nuclear. These tooltips are auto-generated because it basically takes into account the progression of this. So the actual submarine buff for the little submarines are the very last one, unfortunately. Had we started on a naval institute, we probably could have done this. For like multiplayer, this would probably be super strong as the Dutch East Indies. But for us, not so much. This is really between wolf packs and fleet ops. Fleet ops, I feel like, is submarines in coordination with other ship classes. So I think we're just going to go wolf packs. Maximum damage output. Political power. 150, so we can get the theorist. I remember now. Of course, Grand Battle Plan's the most expensive. Italy has joined the German Reich. Molotov-Ribbentrop. Diplomats from Germany and the Soviet Union concluded what observers are describing as a historic agreement today with the signing of Molotov-Ribbentrop. Rubber shipment has been dispatched. So... I think we just continue to subsidize the civilian industry from basically now on. Still have loads of rubber for sale. Although we only have 3 available for sale right now. That's interesting. So I do need to increase my trade amounts. But first of all, both of these are available now. Let's go for the research slot, and then Javanese education investments, and then more of this stuff. Expanding the Batavia Medical School by building new campus facilities and hiring more professors will make further education much more accessible, and it's vital for our long-term economic growth. In a research slot. Sounds good to me. Marine investment. So this is the other task force shipbuilder, which we don't... Well, no, we probably use them for the destroyers, actually. So we'll make this our destroyer. So range and fuel, or speed and fuel. I think probably speed for the destroyers, so they can get in and out of battle. Let's go with that. And KNILM, which is our... Wait, we did have a second one. Because Fokker was the other one. So we have actually gained a couple here. I think we also gained artillery Inrichtung. Interesting. Marine establishment. Just the task force. That one was always there. Did I just miss them? Now I'm curious. Because that's a pretty big oversight on the tooltip if that's not working that way. If it's actually unlocking the MIOs. There we go, headset had a mute button, didn't realise. Whoops. Well, welcome to the stream. So what was I checking? I was checking the MIOs. Oh no, it did already exist. I just completely overlooked it earlier. Because I definitely only saw Fokker earlier. So what was this one called? KNILM. Did something unlock that? Nope. I am apparently just blind. Interesting. Okay. So, KNILM. This is multi-role. Defense reliability range. Considering where we are, range. Production speed. Resource need. We have 2 of them. Efficiency cap, the resource need increased. We have lots of resources, so I'm not too concerned about using more of those. Especially as we just reduced the number of resources actually needed. Mats and machine guns being done. We can get last barrel forging to just get more guns, which I think we are going to need. Improved infantry equipment 1. We are recruiting all of these still. Almost ready for the theorist, and then we can get the doctrine. Quite like that the Dutch East Indies have a lot of different things to spend political power on. Grand battle plan. Grand battle plan. And we don't have the army experience for this just yet, but we will soon enough. We should probably also get Europe. Although Borstra is probably better because division defense. Are all of my ships still training? Yes. Good. Good, Air. Poland refuses the German ultimatum. Considering the demands, it seemed inevitable. Poland would be forced to cede Danzig to Germany, and a Polish plenipotentiary would be sent to Berlin to negotiate further terms. Ignacy Mozycki pointed to the German Reich's recent actions when stating it was obvious that Germany would not be satisfied with Danzig alone. German and Polish forces are prepared for war, and reports are already coming in the clashes on the border. Once again, there is war in Europe. Oh, who could have foreseen it? And I am now apparently actually producing steel, so we'll reduce the amount I'm importing. We have troops ready for deployment, but we'll hold off on that. We still have another period of time before Japan comes knocking. Not that I think that Japan will come knocking or anything. I'm sure Japan in this era was completely reasonable. Ah, this is more resources to market, which we definitely do want. There was something else I needed to invest in though, wasn't there? It was you, then you. In addition to our ongoing project to construct primary and secondary schools, we should build a community college and specialised vocational schools, which will make further education much more accessible for the middle-class families. So we'll begin on that. And get this. Also, I totally forgot these. Oops. Have unique models, and they look really cool. Dutch East Indies armoured cars. And also at night time, the little light comes up. During the day, it's down. It only comes up at night. Super small detail, but I love the fact that it's there. Yes, I will go ahead and deploy those new units. I'll assign you to this. All of Warsaw, it did. You do any training? So Poland has already gone. The war in Europe has begun. But the Netherlands is still neutral, and I am sure will be left alone just like in the last war. Nothing bad can possibly happen here. Rubber shipment dispatched. Thank you. May I have another? Javanese education investments. Now we can do the resource exports. So I would very much like to get the Pongkal Penang aluminium factory, which will add a bucket load of aluminium and also some steel. Our raw bauxite extraction is growing, but our lack of domestic aluminium production is limiting our profits. As the provincial capital of the Bangkal Baitung Islands, Pangkal Penang would be an ideal location to establish our own factories. Doing so will allow us to cut out the middlemen and maximise our returns. That sounds like a whole lot of good business to me. Those. They'll come knocking with what? Thunder? At our gates? It may happen. You never know. You never know. Infantry equipment. Johnson M41. Let's get those built. Well, we may as well allow Indonesian language in the government. Government roles in the Indies, including the Volksraad, all require fluency in the Dutch language, which has led to many members of the Volksraad, especially representatives of native communities, to question the validity of its democracy. They have put together a motion which insists that the government positions should be able to be filled by Indonesian speakers when possible. How is the Netherlands looking at the moment? Oh, I can't actually... That's UK. There we go. Now I can see. So they've also not done a huge amount with the KNIL. Dutch East Indies. They're currently working on Indian cheap labour, which will grant them 1,000 weekly manpower. Damn! It'll decrease my consumer goods and also my stability, but you know, I'm okay with that. Then they've done a few other upgrades. Oh, and because I did completed Volksraad compromises. Right. Yes. They cannot actually continue the war in Batavia. Which makes sense, because that would annex me. So they are going to be truly in exile, in exile. One pacifism. Oh, they really need to do that one. Okay. There we go. Cheap labour has been completed. Finland rejects Soviet demand. Soviet diplomats have presented an ultimatum to the government of Finland demanding border adjustments in the region of Karelia. And it is the end of the League of Nations, with a declaration of war on Finland by the Soviet Union. The League of Nations has failed in its attempts to preserve peace. Joseph Stalin openly mocked the League's inability to do anything. And then more units to deploy. Get that going. Yes, I will want doctrine soon. We have the political power now to get Boistera. Is there anything that we want to get first? Ooh, damn, nice. Fuel consumption as well. Well, we're definitely going to want to have him, but I think what we're going to do is Boistera. It'll give me even more army experience. And then... Oh, this unlocks new resource contracts. To sell oil. Ah, interesting. I thought I already could get standard oil. No, that's Shell. Oh, I wonder if Standard Oil California is required for that target trade cost. Maybe. Maybe. But now that I've done all of those, I think it might well be time for Democratic Indonesia. The Volksraad began its life as a half measure, an advisory body which carefully limited teeth Designed to offer the appearance of representation while withholding the substance, it has outgrown its makers. The Chamber will be reconstituted as a true legislature with members chosen by the people it claims to represent, and decisions binding on the government that once kept it on a short leash. What sort of run am I doing? I'm doing a mostly loyalist run. Loyalist with an asterisk. And there is the army experience, so let's go ahead and get a doctrine. Or, before I get the doctrine, let's get one of these before I forget. So Officer Corps is experience gain. Metal chance, terrain experience. I do have a lot of generals, so I don't think I necessarily need more of those. The admirals are the ones that I do definitely need more of. No, I want to continue with the attacking spirit. We're going to be fighting in the Dutch East Indies. This is either going to be defense or planning logistics. Bold attack is nice for the extra damage, but that's not really what I care about. Having good supply is more of a problem, but that's going to depend on whether I can keep my sea lanes open. Let's go tenacious defense. And then once we hit 100 again, then we'll take some masteries. I have been thinking about aircraft, whether I should. That is less than a year. Let's get construction 4. Indonesian language is now permitted in the government. The petition has been signed by Dirk van de Kier. We're actually really close to becoming a dominion. That only costs 50 political power? Huh. Both of these are locked until I become a dominion. As wars come to Finland, many hunters, Soyakunta militiamen of shooting club marksmen have taken up arms to fight against the oppressors. We have an upgrade in our artillery inrichting. Democratic Indonesia. So I think it's time for us to produce our own goods. No, it's time for us to do more of the naval things, I think. I would really like to do this. Am I at a stage where I'm no longer building civilian factories? I think I am. Let's do it. With the current state of the world, the risk of naval invasion is higher than ever. We cannot afford to be frugal. We must divert funding from all sectors of government towards the Navy. With that in mind, boats, boats, boats. Let's do that. Rubber shipment dispatched. Thank you. May I have another? Improved computing machine. Probably time for radio. Iceland declares neutrality. German protectorate of Denmark has done peace things. Germany declared war on Denmark and on Norway. That's fine. I'm sure that's going to be enough for the Germans. I can't imagine them wanting to go after anything else after this. Okay, infantry. We could for once go for large unit tactics. Because we are going to have basically just completely unsupported big blocks of infantry. Defensive postures is the other tempting one. If we can stop the Japanese landing, then we win. So maybe defensive postures. Then like field engineering. Yeah, because engineers then give all infantry units entrenchment. We should probably start getting onto some, although that costs tungsten. Yeah, defense posture seems like the best choice for us. And we get another one of these. Or we can fill these out, and I think that's probably a better choice. Although we get more of these choices if we... Oh no, these are all based on Grand Doctrine. These are not. So we are gonna need screens. And those screens are gonna almost certainly be convoy escorts. And then coastal defense. We don't have any carriers. I don't really expect to get any carriers. Convoy speed while retreating, escort efficiency. Is there anything that increases destroyer speed? Yes, new school. Fleet speed while retreating, 20%. So patrol boats is really good for hit and run, but I don't really want to absorb the range reduction. Patrol efficiency goes up and a huge amount of organisation, plus 20. But my raiding is going to be done by submarines. I really do just need you to be anti-sub escorts. Although patrol efficiency does mean that we get better at using destroyers to block, just straight up block naval invasions. Yeah, but then they'll be expected to fight against the Japanese surface fleet. Yeah, we're not doing that. That seems a bit silly. Selective engagement, visibility -10. Fleet size, enemy fleet size penalty could be quite good for us. Bad weather, retreat decision chance, fleet speed while retreating. Surface raiders could be good just for the retreat decision and retreat speed. Screening efficiency. That's a base strike thing. Yeah, I think selective engagement. Japan's doing really well against China. That's kind of scary. Bulgarian government supports IMRO. Finland and the Soviets have signed away peace. I think we need to stop doing the rubber contracts, because we're reaching the part of the game where we actually want to be exporting rubber. And the ratios are quite bad for a single civilian factory, because you're selling, what, 40 instead of 8. Oops. Thank you. Johnson M41, let's start producing those. Alright, 1940. I think we just go all in on the production stuff. Divert civilian and army spending to the Navy. And so it begins. Let's get those ships built up. And the Netherlands is doing submarines for me. Cheers, buddy! And with me building a lot of ships, I'm going to need a lot of steel. So I think it might actually be time for us to support those American oil ventures. Since 1930, Standard Oil California has been operating in our country through the Dutch subsidiary Nederland Pacific Petroleum Maatschappij. Their surveys in Real show promise. We should support their upstream operations in any way we can. A big discovery would boost both of our revenue and encourage other international companies to pursue investment in our country. And yes, this target trade cost is part of that company. It's a really good use of that model. German pressure towards Benelux? What? Following the breakout of war with France, Germany has applied stronger diplomatic pressure than ever on the countries of the Benelux. But we're neutral! With French and British backing, however, they're refusing to give in to the pressure. There is reason to believe that the German Reich is unable to get what they want by diplomacy. They will take it by force. Yeah, we're at war. Alright, well, we may as well deploy our ships. Because I'm sure that the Dutch East Indies will never get involved. Will never be threatened in any way. Can't imagine it would. So let's put Helfrich in charge. Let's settle you to anywhere. And I guess we'll send you to the Mediterranean to fight against the Italians. I'll just set you all to convoy raiding. Like so. I can't see how this could possibly fail. Meanwhile, Helfrich himself can upgrade. You are definitely going to double down on your submarine capabilities. So I think I'm going to take the reveal chance reduction. And then the loading drill master, just so you can shoot more of them. And hey, why not? Torpedo expert as well. Let's go, Helfrich! No! Boss man has died. The Tsardom of Bulgaria has joined the Axis. But I can raise my autonomy now to Dominion status. So let's completely make use of this situation. So we are now the Dominion of Indonesia. Our name has changed. We're no longer the Dutch East Indies. And with that, we have access. What? To this. 30% support for the Volksraad. Oh, really? 29? Well, actually, we should get rid of the Greif. I mean, actually, he would be quite good. The other thing I can do now that we are actually democratic. Oh, this is the election. Oh, so we could actually get De Jonge back if we wanted to. Amir Sharafuddin. Compromising centrist, stability, war support. 15% research speed. Yowzers. Europe loses political power, but we gain 15 divisions organization, stability, war support, division defense. 25% division defense on core. Although actually we don't have that much core. And then the steady hand, Heinter Porten, political power, subversive activities, recovery rate and stability. If we got De Jonge back, we could then do these, which would increase significantly the amount of resources we can send to market. However, we would then need to absorb the autonomy reduction. Well, we're going to do that just by being at war. On the upside, the Netherlands did complete the submarine focus. Yeah, that's true. There are no sub people here, are there? No. Let's get our speed 4. Oh, you guys have arrived already. Germany declared war on Belgium. Or any other stuff. Yo. Belgium has capitulated. Boo. All of our fleets at the moment are in here for some reason. They're not moving. No, you are. You're just being slow. Germany has called Italy into the war. Ah! We weren't at war with Italy yet. Now we are. There we go, now we're starting to sink Italian stuff. And we have some free dockyards. Fantastic, building more submarines. Was that my entire surface fleet? Yep. Oops. Run away! Well, Helfrich wasn't known for his surface actions. He was known for his submarines. Maybe don't sail there. We are, except for their main fleet, crushing all of their convoys. So we're going to make it very expensive for them to operate in North Africa. We're gaining a bunch of experience from all of this too. Resistance to occupation. Oh yeah. Interesting. Target 32. Bad things start happening at 25. Target 20, 17, 20, oh, 24 is fine. Okay, so we've done just about enough to keep these guys loyal. However, I do have army experience now, so I can create my police divisions, which will not cost support equipment, at least not right now. That's right. So what they're called. What I wanted to do was this one, so I could change you to being. Where's my gap? So, and then occupations. Oh, geez, you were using the expensive division. Oh, hell no. Yeah, Paris has fallen. You should have just got back a bunch of equipment. Yeah, support equipment especially. So speaking of support equipment, if I have such a surplus... Don't have either of those. What I could do is I could switch from making this to making artillery instead. I like that idea. My 3 military factories. France has capitulated. May 1940. Oh dear. I'm sure this will be fine. What could possibly be going wrong? Why are none of you repairing? Go home! Rest up! rubber shipment dispatched, and I think at this point we stop doing those because rubber is about to become valuable. So is oil. Right, we want to go war economy. In fact, oh, you're kidding me. We are one short. We are democratic, so women in the workforce is doable. I need tiny bit more war support. Oh, you know where I can get that from? Haha! Actually, any of these would do it. Yep, this one would. Officialize the Indonesian flag. The motions in the Volksraad pushed for autonomy have ultimately succeeded, and what was called the Dutch East Indies as only a few years ago is now the Dominion of Indonesia. Our flag should be adjusted to represent these changes. I would agree with that. Are they not auto repair? Yeah, they are. And you need to... You are repairing. Good stuff. Good out. Spirit of the Navy. You know what I should do for this? Oh, I can't. It's a fleet being thing. Research speed, design cost, don't care. Don't care. Naval MIO cost. I'm not sure what that means. Research speed, recovery rate. I mean, this is all naval research speed, so that one sounds like it might be more useful. Let's do this. Soviet-German trade agreement has been signed. I am now 6,000 on shore. Oh. That's not good. Oh no, the garrisons have all the guns that they need. Why am I that short on guns right now? Don't know. Romania joined the Axis. You're telling me you're fully... No, you're not fully equipped, you're fully man-powered. Oh, god damn it. Interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, the best I can do is just build more of those. Also, the efficiency is super low because we just changed gun type. So it's kind of a... Oh, hello, double whammy. So, Italy lost a battle cruiser, a heavy cruiser, a light cruiser, and 11 destroyers. 2 more light cruisers, 8 more destroyers. So it kind of looks like the Italians are being hammered. Hammered by the Royal Navy. And the Dutch submarines, naturally. Another big battle. It's taking a lot of damage. I might actually call this an Italian victory. Oh yeah, it definitely is. They're running. The British won that, but at what cost? Oh no, it says defeat. 17 destroyers and 3 heavy cruisers for 1 light cruiser, 1 heavy cruiser, 1 light cruiser, and 11 destroyers. Yeah, I would say that was a defeat. Okay, another research. I mean, I could do the advanced fire control. I don't really need them though. I could get the ahead of time on destroyers. I could also do the ahead of time on submarines. No, it's not really worth it. The destroyer might be, because I definitely do want to start producing some of those. What's going down? British ships, apparently. Touché. Was a hail girl. Alright, American oil ventures. What could possibly go wrong with those? So that's done. We've got these. Emergency dockyard construction gives us another 40% dockyard construction speed for half a year. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. The threat of naval invasion cannot be understated. We must prioritize a naval defense as top priority. That's going to give us like 70% naval dockyard construction speed or something ludicrous. We've already gone up to 13. Oh dear, except I'm running out of slots. Hold on. No, I'm not. We're good. We're good. Formation of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. I'm sure it'll be fine. Japan has no interest in our territory. We're still trading with them. I think. No, we're not. So are we embargoing them? No. Market access is for gun market, it's not for resources. Norway's looking like it might be in a bit of trouble. Oh, they got my last destroyer. What do we have left now are the submarines. Oh, middle. %10% blockade runner. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to get any higher than 10%. The only reason you got that was because of that one destroyer. I need some more destroyers. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to stop producing you. Am I researching the better? Yes, I am. You know what? Sod it. Keep making them. Once we get the tier 3, we'll start doing destroyers as well. We now have 27 civilian factories working on this because we're getting 13 from trade. And this is the real strength of Indonesia. Need more of both of those. Are we getting any naval captains? Not really. You are the modern ships, so go ahead and split you up. I mean, we're definitely catching Italian stuff, which is going to be really good while action is still heavy in North Africa. And actually, now that I have no surface ships anymore, I think we can go back to the Tyrrhenian Sea. Hungary has been called into the war and Norway just died. So these, I'm assuming, are German submarines? Yes, they are. See, if I had some destroyers, I could send them up there to help you against the German subs, but unfortunately I don't. Hungary has joined the Germans. We're back to building this. I need more shipyards while I have all of these bonuses active. We also wanted to re-elect De Jonge. I think I still want to do that, although, hang on. We want to finish this first. Yeah, because we want to save the political power or total mobilization and women in the workforce? We are still catching quite a few convoys. There's some Italian submarines trying to fight my submarines. Not the best use of submarines. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to make the sub template now. I know one of these still has all of the old subs in it, but they'll get sunk eventually and be replaced by the new ones. So it's fine. Alright, we have a new doctrine available. Probably for capital ships, although at this point this is completely irrelevant because I lost my one and only coastal defense ship. Generalized support. Big bonuses to repair ships and support ships. I mean, light task forces do actually have a bunch of destroyer upgrades. And I think they can earn experience from destroyers. Yes, they can. So we want that one, because we are going to be using destroyers. And I should save a bit of naval power. Although I'm not going to go tier 3 destroyer hulls. I'm going to go tier 2 with tier 3 engines. Okay, so the emergency dockyard construction is done. Don't think I'm going to bother with those. New contracts reduces the cooldown, but I don't really want the cooldown. It might be time to plan for the future so we can get those building slots. I think that's probably a good one. Java is the beating heart of our nation, home to the bulk of our population and seat of the government. Before we can industrialise the island in earnest, we must first prepare the ground. Land surveys, zoning allocations and site clearances will ensure that when the factories come, they are built where they'll do the most good. All support went down. No! Because of the emergency dockyard construction. Ah! Ah, and here are the oil things. Sell oil to American plane companies. This is not a one-off. 15% production. Wow. Shipyards. Here we go. So that one would be tempting. Radio propaganda is the one I need, and also propaganda film, so I can get that war support back up. Might as well spend it on this in that case. In which we serve, there we go, 85. So now I can definitely get women in the workforce. I would like surface visibility so that I can then get the production output. Good out. Meanwhile, time for some operations. So desperate defense gives us the recruitable population. It does give us defense and entrenchment. Mission style tactics is just organization, which is honestly probably just what we need. Although I don't have that much support stuff, so it's not as critical. Max planning, all colossal moving, supply consumption. I mean, this is all attack stuff. That doesn't do me any good. Grand assault's going to be the same thing. Deep battle gives tank buffs. Guerrilla war, irregulars and militia, neither of which we actually have. Rapid domination, massive artillery damage. Expeditionary warfare is too late in the game for that. Dispersed operations might be a good one actually, reducing enemy air support against us because we don't have planes. Also infantry, gain initiative, organization and breakthrough. That would seem like a good one for us then. Let's do dispersed operations. Oh, stability is taking an absolute beating as well. I still really need to get rid of Andres. Siam is justifying against us. But why? There's the improved destroyer. Those are still being done. I did say that maybe we wanted artillery. We should probably also... Oh, we have recon. I thought we had engineers. Shoot. Yeah, we definitely want engineers then. We need that digging. My bad. More anti-air for screens. Sounds like it might be a good shot. And we really need to start thinking about who we want in command where. So you're already a logistics wizard, which I really like. And then I think what I might do is do this divided up on a per island basis. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 5th, which is going to be everything else. Oops. So if this is going to be Sulawesi, this is going to be Java, this is going to be Borneo, this is going to be Sulawesi, right, Sumatra. Just got the names wrong. Alright, so Sumatra. 2 garrisons there. 3 there. Two, I guess. I'll put 1 there. Troops. Fuck. Oh, was it? Oh, I just put you in the wrong place. Oh, I didn't. You're here. Where's your 9th guy come from? Change colours. Green. Yellow. Other yellow. Cyan. And that one. Purple-ish. So these are the greens. 3. Oh, there's 3 of you here. There shouldn't be. That's where that went wrong. Okay, that's fixed. Alright, Java. Definitely want a big old garrison around Batavia, so that's 3 of you. Surabaya, also a 3. And this is where things are going to get a little difficult, so I probably need a bunch more divisions guarding you. We'll put 1 here in Yogyakarta. Then Pasara gets 1, but then we also need Matram. There's no crossing to this. So it's Ender. Borneo. Now, I doubt that Borneo is going to need as many troops, although I'm probably going to have to actually defend the British region, which makes me very unhappy. I may not have enough to defend my own ports here. I do not. There's others in the south. Alright, Sulawesi. 1. 2. 3. 5, 6, and 7. And these islands I'm basically going to have to leave unguarded. I'm going to move you over here. And I'm going to need to train more troops. I mean, there are still more in training. But unfortunately, we have a lot of requirements on our guns at the moment. And I only have 3 mils. Oh, that's temporary, while those troops are moving around. Okay, that's fine. That's also going to be temporary. Although we may well need more convoys, because we do only have 61 total. Well, just so happens... Ah, we have the Tier 3 destroyer. Hang on. So, I want to take a look at the Tier 2 destroyer. And we never designed one, did we? No. Well, in that case, I definitely want to take a look at the Tier 2 destroyer. I want to give you a great big engine. I want to upgrade you. I want to give you a tiny little pop gun. Don't care about anti-air. I do care about sonar, and I do care about anti-submarine. You are escort 2. So, and yes, I would very much like to be building some escort 2s here. And I'd also like to, I think, make some convoys. So let's do 5 convoys, then everything else can be escorts. We should be massively ramping up. Huh. Indonesia has run out of rubber. Somehow. Probably because of all the rubber trades I've been doing. Is that tracked anywhere? Yes. 282 rubber is currently going to the Great Depression. We get it back. We do get that back. And I did start doing those relatively late. So it's fine. We'll make it work. Alright, how are the submarines doing? Numbers are ramping up quite nicely, actually. So that's good. Getting experience. Elfric himself getting a bunch of experience. War support, meanwhile, has risen even higher. Not sure why. That should be just 85 still. Italy declared war on Greece. Greece has joined the Allies. I think I'm going to help Greece also with my ships. I mean, this is just a really good opportunity for us to cut our teeth. Get some experience. Another unit to deploy. Good-o. You... probably will be needed up here somewhere. true. We can get another Spirit of the Army, and we probably should, and it probably should be elevated off Engineer Corps. Entrenchment speed. Although leader experience gain is also really nice. I'll go with you. I mean, we are still catching and sinking their ships. Also, our flag has changed to the Indonesian one now. Siamese Empire declared war on Vichy. So that's their little scuffle. Planning for the future, meanwhile, is very nearly finished. There it is. And then we can do the industry boom. Because at this point, I want the construction speed. We are full speed ahead on building these dockyards. Foreign capital is flowing in. Export revenues are climbing, and for the first time in years, there is real money to invest in the domestic industry. We must seize upon this moment and build while conditions are favourable. Because, yeah, we currently have a 65, 80, 90, 100, 110, 115% speed boost. Ooh. Yeah, because he dropped below 40 and I'm at war. That's annoying. Yeah, it's because our party popularity is also really bad. So I'm going to be a little bit cheeky here. I'm going to... Oh, I can't afford any of these. Actually, I mean, my problem is that we have so much non-aligned. I just need something that boosts democratic support. Press censorship would have to be the one to do it. That's all because I commandeered the civilian trains and lost the 5 stability. How annoying! Heroes on the production line. Give me some stability, please. Submarines going to town. Germany declared on Yugoslavia. And maybe we want excavation. I don't really want to get excavation, but maybe we should get excavation. Close enough. Come on, Tier 4 submarines in 1940. We'll get it in 41. At the end of 41, but still 41. Ooh, theatre. Exporting as much stuff anymore. Too bad. There's the engineer company, which we wanted so badly, so we definitely want to add them to you. Do I really care about recon? I mean, yes, for the recon buff, but that's minus 2.6 organization. And we don't have any artillery. Yeah, we'll leave it. It's fine. It's not really costing me anything extra. As long as we're still positive on support equipment, which we are. Right. Well, let's go ahead and upgrade the engineer companies, because we do want to be able to dig in that much better. Croatia declared war on Yugoslavia. We are still sinking convoys. Can I see how many convoys you actually have? You have 9! Oh, Italy! Oh! Oh no! So I think we can say that I've had an impact here. This is battle cruisers, heavy ships, and see if there's anything which boosts destroyers here. Light cruisers, heavy cruisers. No, so there's basically no real point to getting any of these. Unless I manage to get a heavy ship somewhere along the way. I could also look into Marines, but I don't think that's going to do me much good. Why is the war going? There was this chap in Germany called Hitler who was kind of a dick, and he invaded people. Don't really know what to say to that. World War II. People didn't like his paintings. Assembly line production. I think. Well, I definitely want to upgrade my torpedoes. Keep them up to date. That's too far ahead of time. I have no artillery. Could get the more modern trucks. Could also get better radio for reinforced rate and coordination, although I have so few units in the field that may not matter. I'm actually a little bit concerned about Japan's interest in us, because we've still only got 3 military factories. They're just churning out as many guns as they can possibly make. But we don't have that many divisions out. Your equipment hasn't gotten the 1940 upgrades. Which equipment? Heroes in the production front, there we go. That's what I was after. Saved! It did send me back though, I don't like that. Still trying to save up 250 political power. Infantry. It does. Oh, you're talking about tech tree. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Once these are, you know what, instead of excavation. Okay, let's do these. Good call. I agree. War in South America. That's a lot of naval action going on here. We are still catching Italian convoys? How? Look how weak these units are. Because they're not getting any reinforcements for some reason. Ooh. Speaking of that reason, we can have even more. January 1941, there's the industry boom. Which was this, that's the extra construction speed. So I think that we may as well finish these off. Oh, military factories, yes, we actually want that. Kalimantan has the potential for great wealth, yet the island is very sparsely developed and its people are plagued by poverty. Transport of freight is heavily reliant on the many rivers and waterways of the island, and any long-range communications are hindered by a lack of electricity. By building power lines and roads, we can pave the way for future surveying and resource extraction. Speaking of which, we are now positive on rubber again. But there's really not much being exported. And actually I just realised we're getting a bunch of convoy escort, but that's just because, yeah, the faction sharing. It's not actually what we ourselves are generating. Hey Mordred in chat, a quick vanilla question. Yes, I've googled. Boost ideology mission is not popping up on my spy missions. Shouldn't it have low resistance? Yeah, it should do. unfortunately I don't have an intelligence agency, so I can't show you offhand. Let me just throw a quick save in here and flip over to, like Britain they should. Boost ideology. So yeah, make sure you have your agent selected and boost ideology. It might not be available because you don't have enough of an intel network. You need to establish intel networks of a certain level before you can do these missions. Yeah, it's not an operation. It's not one of these. Yeah, no worries. Have I added engineer companies to my infantry? I have. Wait, no, I haven't. Oh, I did. Eh. Oh, I thought about removing recon, and yes, I'm going to need to remove recon. Because I don't have enough support equipment for both. Damn it! Fine, that makes more support equipment. Apparently engineers are more expensive. Somehow caught a submarine. Oh, it must have been travelling across the Indian Ocean. Yeah, fair enough. 666 losses! What a devilish number. Siam is justifying on us again. We're going all the way against Vichy. Damn. That might actually aggravate Japan. That'll be kind of interesting. There goes Iraq. Temporarily, I am sure. We're back in the positive and political power for the time being. But I really need to get to 250 political power, and I think that's going to be a ways away. Italy and North Africa is getting liberated. I mean, Ethiopia has now been liberated, so this doesn't surprise me. Yeah, the Italians, they're just not getting anything across. In fact, Germany tried to smuggle some stuff across. And got really badly hammered. German... oh no. Oh no. Those are some very weak German panzer divisions now. Meanwhile, I would very much like the Kalimantan military industry. Our infrastructure development efforts in Kalimantan have paid off. The spread of electricity and communications has brought us into contact with the communities that used to be far beyond the government's call. We can use this opportunity to meet our needs for increased military production by building new factories in the region and manning them with this newfound pool of labour. Destroyer sub-detection's gone up. We are still catching German convoys. See, I'm helping! Production efficiency gain on support equipment. Yes, please. And I would very much like to... no, that's too expensive. Gun upgrades, that's what I need to do. Subunit. So we're getting a good amount of submarines here, so I think we're going to be in a position to do quite a lot of damage to the Japanese should they decide to try anything. I think we're going to have a really hard fight for Borneo. But I think Java and Sumatra should remain fairly secure. And on that note, what else needs defending? I mean, I really just need a lot more troops in North Borneo. It would be nice to put some troops in Singapore as well. Hopefully the Aussies are going to be able to defend their portion of the territory. I hate that I have no divisions out here. Okay. Right, I also need some generals to defend all of these areas, so let's go with Bakr, Ilgan. Oirip is unfortunately old guard. Sopoto and Pesman. More units to deploy. Actually, that's really good because we have more stuff over here. Oh, you guardian. Japan is justifying. And so it begins. Ooh. Britain. Ow. 3 battleships and 6 destroyers for no losses. Alright, it is time for me to send my ships over here. Ooh, you know what? If I can defend the Philippines... then it's very unlikely that they would be able to make it south to me. So we're just going to coat this area in subs and see what we can do about them. We are building destroyers now. Excellent. We need to buy in some more steel, but that can be arranged. Hello, America. And do I want to change from you to Standard Oil California for that target country trade cost? I think if I'm just buying one, no. If I buy more than a few, then yes. Basically, if I'm spending more civilian factories than I'm getting through the consumer goods reduction, then we should probably change. And actually, talking of divisions being updated, we have actually updated a bunch of you, so let's get you drilling. Before the Japanese get involved, we have another division ready. We still have a bunch of territories out there, which I would very much like to guard. I think that's going to be another commander. And another colour. Let's just make you white. Okay, go to it. No dilly-dallying. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 divisions will be needed here. And I think we're just going to need more infantry to be able to just throw them into the meat grinder. If my ships are able to do a good job against the Japanese, though, then maybe we'll be in an alright position. And we do have a lot of submarines deployed. Didn't I literally just deploy you? Ah, unlucky there, dude. Advanced ship torpedo launcher. That is ahead of time, but I don't really want to spend it. Oh, that is also ahead of time. So is that. I think now is probably the time for excavation, because I feel like, yeah, people are now buying from us, including Japan still. So they are not being blocked from us. That's interesting. So Grotto has fallen ill. Unfortunately, he's the one that's on Borneo. I am fairly sure. So Support weapons 3. These are ahead of time, but not to a crazy extent, so I feel quite good about getting those. Britain slowly but surely pushing North Africa. Unfortunately, Italian combat strength is being restored as the blockade had to be lifted. Not much I could have done about that, though, unfortunately. Japanese are no longer justifying. So maybe my movement was a little bit premature. Still have the prioritization and the construction boom going on. Well then, build me more. Kalimantan military industry is done, so that should give me the 2 military factories. I need 6 mills. I have 5? Yes. No. 4. So it technically, was that more than 6? More, so I need 7. So I need to build 3 military factories somewhere. Those may take a little while. But in the meantime, let's get Pontiac to Tanjung Selor. The idea of building a railway in Kalimantan has been discussed at length, but the harsh, largely unexplored terrain in the centre of the island makes this a difficult task. The only solution is a U-shaped railway from coast to coast. It will not be cheap, but for the long run it will pay for itself. What actually is Kalimantan? What's this? I guess that's the Dutch name for Borneo. Oh, that's an encirclement. Hey, they've taken Tobruk and then got in... No! Ha! So naval invasion took Tobruk and then left these guys kind of high and dry. And the British are shipping in more and more troops. Well played, Britain. That's a hell of a surround. Now they just need to kill it. Another land doctrine, which should probably be artillery and support. So field engineering is the engineer upgrade, which I really wanted, because this increases the entrenchment of all infantry. So we can now get 7.3 entrenchment natively, which is pretty good. Meanwhile, we have another division that's ready for deployment, so let's go and do that. Three dockyards. Ho ho. What do I want? The first thing I want to double check is to see if any of my captains have leveled up enough. No, not really. With at least 400 experience, they gain submarine captain. You seem to be getting experience extremely slowly. But also, I don't think they're doing very many battles at the moment. Once Japan enters the war, they can go pretty crazy. But this does ultimately mean that, unfortunately, the destroyers are going to be without a captain for a short time. Well, I think that basically, by default, means that I need more submarines. Because we're also very likely to lose a bunch of submarines in the early stages of this next conflict. Resource supplies, meanwhile, have very handily recovered. We still have loads of everything for sale except for steel. But steel's not really our jam, that's more of a Australian jam. Ooh, Communist China's being hit pretty hard now. Don't often see them lose. Imperial Japan is justifying. Okay. So centralize the state is the only thing left. We need excavation 3 and 4 for those. So I think we should probably do some of these military ones. Oh, there's some more mills. Yes, it would make sense that there are military factories in the military line. While we have plenty of lucrative trade deals we can secure, we must not forget about our own production lines and military industrial companies. We should subsidize said companies so that we can decrease our dependence on the foreign exports. Foreign imports. Kind of skimmed that. Germany declared war on the Soviet Union. So did Finland. Germany breaks Molotov-Ribbentrop. Now, Germany did lose a bunch of tanks in North Africa thanks to the Indonesian naval work. You guys have taken that out. So yeah, Italy is now in free fall here. That's brave. I think we'd actually have you driving this way, if anything. Meanwhile, Japan is continuing to justify. We're at 100 political power out of the 250 that we still need for total mobilization, because we still haven't done that. Siam pieced out Vichy, I guess. Germans are pushing in against the Soviets. I'm getting a couple of encirclements in the meantime. You know what? This unit should just be a whole bunch of destroyers and just training. Yeah, so I'd very much like for you to automatic split up, please. Thank you. And once we get to around 100 submarines, I'll probably switch the submarine production towards destroyers instead. This is going to be quite painful. Produce our own goods. Have been done. Open the weapon factories in Java. While basic, there's no denying that simply building more arms factories goes a long way towards improving the strength of the army. As the industrial powerhouse of the colony, Java is the obvious location to build them in. Because we're doing this, not the Netherlands, we don't suffer the loss. Research bonus or production output? Production output. And more production efficiency for artillery, though we still haven't actually produced any. And reliability. There's excavation 2 and improved infantry equipment. Excavation 3 seems reasonable, and also slightly ahead of time guns. Oh, Indochina has gone to Japan. Emperor of Japan demands French Indochina. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to prepare for when we get all of our ships in. So that's 8. So you and you need to split up. And then you all need the sub-template. Okay, so that's 10 task forces for Helfrich, so he's going to get the ships up to that maximum, and then if we see that we have overcome that, we can basically start switching wholesale over to destroyer production. I'm finding German convoys over here going to Japan. Interesting. Germany trying to do some trade and thought they were beyond the long reach of the British Empire. They were wrong. Namely because they came up against the Dutch Empire. Haha! Now we're getting a lot of civs. And in fact, we're about to get 2 more mills, so we don't need this. Hang on, have we actually... 4 mills, plus 2 from this, plus 1 from that, that's 7. So I don't actually need to build any mills. I'll hit the 7 that I need. Sweet! Am I going to go democratic? No. I already am democratic. Not very democratic, but I am democratic, allegedly. $157 political power. We just need around 100 more. Japan and Siam have made white peace. While you were pressured to join the Siamese, to join the Co-Prog rather. And there we go, Japan is justifying on us again. This is now the 3rd time, and it never amounts to anything. So I think it can quite safely be said that we are safe against Japan. We're still catching German convoys. Oh, the last hold. 9 divisions in Benghazi. And actually, if the British win North Africa, then maybe they will divert more things to the Pacific Theatre. $20 aluminium left. We seem to be selling more aluminium than we are rubber, which is kind of interesting. Soviets want to lend lease us. I think you have your own problems there, buddy. You probably need that kit more than I do. Right, and as I'm buying more and more stuff from the US, My convoy usage is also spiking. We finished building another set of dockyards. And there we go. Weapons facilities have been opened in Java. Let's go ahead and do the banker production line so we can get that one extra. The exponential development of bankers' infrastructure as a result of the banker projects has turned this once tiny, mostly unimportant island into the perfect site for new industrial projects. We have an opportunity to strengthen the KNIL by building a new weapon factory in Banker, which, due to the island's concentrated roads, railways and ports, will operate more efficiently than if we built them... Oh dear. Localization cut off. Guns. Just give me lots of guns and probably more steel. Hi, America. Peru took 2 states. Ecuador has capitulated. We are still sinking German convoys. Armor upgrade for carriers and cruisers. Anti-air and light attack for destroyers. Yes, please. And we want the production output as well. That would be lovely. Meanwhile, we need another 54 political power, and then I can finally total mobilization. And yes, we are indeed seeing a movement of British and French units to the Far East. Although Benghazi still hasn't fallen. They have 3 tank divisions here, 2 of which medium. Ooh. You should really try to get them out of there if you can. Australians are returning to reinforce. Meanwhile, Indonesia now has 43 dockyards. I think when it fills up again, let's get another set of escort 2s. Destroyer organization plus 10, nice. Siam is also justifying against us. Yeah, there probably is going to be a bit of a Barney in Siam. Ooh, that's a lot of allied troops. Malaysia might actually be okay. I'd forgotten that. We had a shared border here against Siam. That's even more German convoys being sunk. They haven't yet learned that they can't get through. That is one hell of a salient going towards Stalingrad. Ah! Japan! I'm shocked! Shocked! Okay, not that shocked. Save. Battle is joined. Let's sink a whole bunch of ships. As I was so hello. Ooh. Your screening efficiency leaves somewhat to be desired, although you are catching some of my submarines. Quite a few of my submarines, actually. Ow! Maybe because of the aircraft? Well, we're catching a whole lot of their convoys, so that's good. A whole lot of their convoys. Crikey. Crikey! Well, we are going to need to do a few replacements, but we had expected that in the early days of this conflict. We lost 9 overall. Anti-tank? May as well. I mean, hopefully this is a couple of the invasion fleet that we have just intercepted and basically sunk. Because we are sinking a lot of stuff. 178,000 already killed by Indonesia. So yes, I think we have just successfully intercepted the Indonesian invasion and lost 600 dudes in the process. Japan has declared war on the United States. The UK has joined the the US has joined the Allies. Not to mention the Philippine naval invasion. I mean, this is why I deployed here. I was kind of hoping I would do that, and yeah, it seems like I have. Although they are starting to fight back in a few places now. They're starting to add some patrol fleets. Meanwhile, more excavation. That's actually looking reasonable. Let's get the tier 4 destroyer engines. Speaking of which, let's go and put tier 4 submarine engines in. We now move at 19.7 kilometers. Nautical miles rather, not kilometers. There's the new Mark V. So finish those and then build Mark Vs. Screening. Hopefully we get a few torpedoes off against their capital ships. Meanwhile, another technology. Let's go ahead and do that. Can I see... Probably. How many convoys you have? You still have quite a few. But you are absolutely hemorrhaging them at the moment. And we're up to 226,000 kills. Ireland has joined the Allies. Welcome to the fight. You can also upgrade the torpedoes. Ooh, yeah. I think I might be able to actually. That's a good point. Yeah, a while ago. My bad. Alright, make me some of the Mark 6s. I think it's quicker just to do that. We're down to merely 78 submarines now. Meanwhile, these guys are ready for deployment. And I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Banker production lines, meanwhile, are now done. There's my 250. So you know what that means? Total mobilization. And where is it? Women in the workforce. Beautiful. And we can also centralize the state, as we have more than the 6 military factories required, which will give us factory energy consumption reduction, construction speed in all states that accord, And it will core every state that is not cored. Sweet. From Sumatra to Sulawesi, from Borneo to Bangka, development programs have brought roads, factories and institutions to territories that Batavia once administered in name only. These regions are no longer distant provinces. They are the Dominion of Indonesia. That's going to be a really big boost. That's going to give us more factories and manpower. 3 dockyards? Oh. Yeah, fair enough. And I'm going to need to buy even more steel from the Americanos. Considering we are still mass producing naval dockyards. Still aluminium that most people are interested in. Now, the Americans are trying to buy some rubber, but they are being intercepted a little bit. Yeah, speaking of which, okay, you submarines should now have gotten a bunch of experience. Still nobody even close to 400. Come on. Static forfeit. More entrenchment. Not that I'm really expecting them to ever actually manage to land at all. Welcome to the good guys. Yeah, United States has joined the war. And also, happy 4th of July. That is also today. Should I try to expand your area of operations? Not yet. I dislike how they're getting control over this region, though. Clearly planning some naval shenanigans, but they haven't actually managed to trigger any yet. Are you still getting the construction boost? Yeah. You know what? With the construction boom, because it affects everything, let's actually build up that naval yard now. Meanwhile, we've hit 500 naval experience. So, I mean, we might as well get one of these. Fleet coordination, casualties on sink -20. Mine sweeping, chance hitting mine, refitting speed. There's some nice bonuses there if we ever get capital ships. Yeah, let's do gunfire support. Just for the ad hoc naval upgrades. Although we would need ships to gain that. Is that something we want to pursue? Do we want to take a look at getting maybe heavy cruisers, which are just pimped out for maximum range? Or light cruisers? No, light cruisers are not capitals. Maybe. Question. Which of you has a higher range? Heavy ships do, but you're also going to be a lot more expensive, aren't you? Yep. Double the cost. And we already have tier 2 cruisers researched, so that would be easier for us to move into. Did I put you in the right spot? I did. We are getting a surplus now of kit. So with that, I'm going to say let's train some more divisions. Go down to 100k-ish. In case we do need boots on the ground anywhere, we now have the capacity to do that. Yes, he has. Because what I'd ultimately like to do is put Helfrich in a naval HQ, promote one of these captains who is a submarine leader to be a new submarine leader, and then have him basically take over what Helfrich's doing now. I think I'm also now going to deploy these properly. Although, if you're destroyer captain, you are. I think I'm just gonna have to promote someone kind of at random. Just to be the commander of these. And then you're going to be convoy escorting. We'll try up there and we're going to make you run the hell away if you ever see any issues. Because the big old Japanese fleets are still very much active. Mexico's joined the Allies. Welcome, welcome. We can get an armor doctrine, not that that's really going to do us much good, I don't think. Construction boom just ended, but we're doubling down on building the Papuan naval area. Can I build naval supply hubs on Allied territory? I think maybe you should be able to do that. So there are a number of naval invasions planned and underway, including Bismarck Seas. That might well be against us. Philippines. Except we have now killed 360,000 Japanese and lost 1,000 to them. Our strategy is being quite remarkably successful. Oh, I should have done that a while ago. And yes, I will get the M3 SMGs. I will also buy even more steel from the Americans. Piercing, hard attack. No. What I want is cheaper guns. I don't really care if they're good. I just want lots of them. Which is the opposite for many of the countries that I play. But I don't have a huge amount of... Wow, we just sank 16 convoys there. 12. This is a naval invasion. 14. Yep, I think we just intercepted yet another naval invasion. Australian contracts. Ooh, 10% more resources to market. How did I miss this? It's also stability and factories in state. That's a huge upgrade. Our rubber reserves have grown far beyond domestic needs. Australia, ever hungry for raw materials to feed its own industries, presents a natural trading partner. Securing long-term contracts with Australian firms would bring steady revenue and strengthen our position in the regional economy. That is true. Australia does usually want rubber for its air force. We have military factories available. I think what I'm going to do is go like this. We also have naval and a lot of steel in use. At this rate, we're going to overtake Japan in terms of just raw naval production power. I think it might be time for us to invent a new cruiser type. You can have fire control. One armor. Secondaries. So your main role You want a heavy cruiser battery because you want to be a capital ship. But a raiding capital ship, so I want you to be as fast as possible. Should make you a torpedo cruiser. Because we've invested the most in torpedoes, we may as well make use of this. $4,000, so same price as a baseline advanced heavy ship with nothing else added. This only costs 2 steel? Huh, that's cheap. 35 nautical miles, that's very quick. Anti-air, I'm hoping that we're far enough away that their planes won't be much use. Although the other thing I may want to do is not make it a torpedo cruiser and give it secondaries instead. And have it sinking enemy destroyers and screens. Yeah, they do have carriers, but I'm hoping that I'm operating far enough away that they won't be able to use them. So max range of only 3,000 means I'm probably not. No, I don't think that torpedoes is the way to go here. I think that having secondaries is... Although these secondaries are going to be terrible. I will add anti-air. 400 more. Still vaguely the same speed. No, slower. Yeah, it's definitely slower. Alright, let's build some of those. These are technically task force cruisers because you get more upgrades. And we'll make you a top priority. Still astonished by how cheap it is. More steel. Defense and organization. Cool. Ooh, sank a destroyer. I am wondering if I want to set my submarines to be high risks. They actually go off. Why? Oh, you need to have at least 400 rubber. Well, wibble. So I definitely need more excavation tax, is basically what that's telling me. So that's why I was ignoring it, because it was never available before. Cruiser upgrade. Although I probably want that for the tier 4. So we'll wait until this is done. So yeah, we can start on that. This works. Did we help the Philippines hold? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. Invitation to a new Supreme Command. Dominion of Australia has established a joint Supreme Command for the Pacific Theatre and extended an invitation for us to join. The initiative, known as APTICOM, seeks to pool the naval, air and ground forces of allied nations operating in the region under a unified command structure. Membership would mean closer coordination with the Dominion of Australia and the partners already committed to the war efforts. We must decide whether to accept. I would love to join APTICOM. Thank you very much. Only 100,000 casualties inflicted behind China now, which is kind of terrifying. I'm also below 50% stability, which is concerning for other reasons, so I'm going to want to try to get improved working conditions, I think. Anti-infantry, so now we're going to the Navy, we're going for the improved cruiser. which is a task force shipbuilder. And then this will be done when we actually want to upgrade it again. Fuck! I haven't had to deal with strikes as often as I am as Indonesia, but it kind of makes sense for a somewhat still chaotic country. We're not currently building any convoys. I think that's probably a mistake. Let's make sure we focus those a bit more, especially because the amount that we're having to import is increasing. And now that we're actually spending 9 civilian factories, I suspect that the consumer goods reduction is not going to be worth that much, and having cheaper resource imports from the US is probably going to be better, so we likely want to change to Standard Oil, but that's another 150 political power. Okay, now I'm starting to feel a bit stretched on political power. Which actually I kind of like, because usually at this stage of the game you're swimming in it. There are still decisions to be made. Japan's lost all of their control of these regions. Which I'm going to guess is because they are either out of fuel or out of convoys. And as the convoys start running out, they're going to get squeezed in China because they can't bring in the supply they need. And I could probably just about end this war by pushing up my submarine capabilities up there. That is an encirclement of you there, Siam. That was not ideal for you. No, we helped defend it. They never landed. Not one Japanese boot has set foot, I think, on any territory. They just haven't been able to launch their naval invasions because my submarines just swarm them. We do have 90 submarines at this point. And they're not bad submarines either. They're tier 2, so they're relatively cheap with quite a short range. But as I'm fighting near friendly ports, that doesn't really matter. Though if I want to push up here, it's going to matter more. What can I reach? I can actually reach these two. Immediately hitting more. Units ready for deployment. I think I'm just going to leave them in reserve because I don't need them right now. Engineer company upgraded. That's too far ahead of time, but what I need to start doing is upgrading the... Which ones these I need, because these are the secondaries. Yes, they are. Choose that. Of course. So Indonesia never really came under threat. It's the stability that will make us immune to more strikes, although that has left us again negative in political power. But I think that our massive submarine fleet is completely stymied the Japanese. Quarter of the way. Wait, these are destroyer captains. They've earned more than the submarine captains. I guess because the submarine captains are only sinking convoys, they're not worth as much. In terms of experience. The Soviets declared war on Iran. Overallwagen, that is armoured cars. Artillery Inrichtungen, that's a pretty big bonus for that. More military factories. This is going to be air power stuff. Ah, now we can do it. So Itaggio Act of 1942 removes the Netherlands' most precious jewel, which will allow us to raise our autonomy to free. Unlocks unity and diversity decisions, allows you to call any Indonesian princely state which has received industrial investment. Despite the unreasonable definition of self-reliance set by the Netherlands, which we must meet for the terms of the Soetarjo petition to be valid, the Indonesian desire for independence is strong enough that we managed to meet these requirements. As per the agreement, we will declare total and unconditional independence from the Dutch crown. And with that, we'll be able to do Republic of Indonesia. Ah, plus 15% stability. Yeah, that would be useful. And now we can upgrade ship stuff. Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran has taken place. Sure. Ooh, Leningrad. Ooh, Germany is doing quite well against the Soviets. So I feel like what's going to happen here is we're going to rush Japan just because we're going to limit what they can actually do so hard. That's going to free up a bunch of troops for D-Day. And then there's going to be a massive D-Day. That's not good. Fall of Moscow. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. And you're up to 99 submarines at this point. So I think we basically just keep pushing out with what you're covering. And just become more aggressive. Arms from Netherlands, yes, that'll be against Iran. Advanced cruiser, let's do it. China's pulled ahead again. Iran has joined the Axis. There's a bunch of German and Iranian convoys. Clearly trying to trade with the Japanese. We are basically going, no! I definitely don't want that. And I don't want the Netherlands to do that either. Right, because I'm not fully independent. However, now I can be. Maybe you should have waited for autonomy to be higher. I think Makassar Military Academy would be a good one to get that extra 20% recruitable population factor. Establishing a military academy outside of Java will help mitigate our manpower shortage significantly by making conscription feasible in the Eastern Islands. Makassar, located around the middle of the East Indies, is the perfect location for it. These are submarines. This is a new submarine fleet that we need. Which is another admiral. Unfortunately, the highest experience we have is 106. We need 400. Production output, carriers, cruisers, and destroyers. That sounds like it might be a good move to me. Yes, I know there's a bunch of units to deploy. I don't think I care about doctrines from now on. And may as well set you guys sailing. Actually, with that, I'm going to reduce the amount of submarines I'm producing and increase the amount of destroyers. Or heavy cruisers. Yeah, let's get another heavy cruiser line. And we probably do want to use the improved cruiser for this. Medium battery, heavy cruiser battery, engine 3, secondary 2, a little bit of armor, anti-air, fire control, anti-air, secondary, anti-air, float plane. Because this will have a longer range. It is also a lot faster. Huh. Interesting. Well, we definitely want to produce one of those. We get upgraded destroyers fairly soon too. Well, in that case, I think we are going to continue upgrading guns. What manpower shortages? He's short on guns with conscripts. Yeah, I'm more short on guns, to be honest. But also I'm kind of curious just to see what else I can get from that focus branch after we've done the military academy. Supply consumption, non-combat, out of supply, division defense. Okay. That was the advanced destroyer. I want to continue getting big guns. Let's do that. That was only raiding. Oh. And the destroyers that we are using, we can now have a tier 4 engine and move at 39 knots. Yeah, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Why is this known as a Mark 1? This is absolutely not... Wait, is this a Mark 1? Oh, it probably is, actually. Huh. Interesting. Well, build just one more of those, and then build... those instead. And you know what? I'm just going to leave these submarines as a reserve. I really don't need more task forces out there, especially as you have no commander. Which really suggests that I have too many submarines at the moment. So build me one more of those and then stop. So we're at 54 dockyards. How many does Japan have? I have almost double what Japan has. Puny Navy! Build more ships! It's fun. Homing torpedo? No, I think I want the improved light battery. The task force. Ah yes, and I was also going to reduce these to 1. Thank you, good point. Now we have another thing that we can now focus on. I kind of want to see what the lucrative quinine agreement gives us. The Chincoa Bureau in Amsterdam nearly has a monopoly on quinine exports, which is especially profitable as quinine is in high demand worldwide as malaria treatment. The Bureau sources a majority of its quinine from the East Indies. Despite this, we receive a very small portion of the profits. We should use our quinine production as leverage to negotiate a fairer agreement. That is a lot of ships we're sinking, including warships. So my aggressive submarines are actually being properly aggressive. So now you're sinking warships. Can we please get some more experience? Please! $78 still. Damn it! It's probably just because there's so many of them. Experience gets diluted. Stalingrad's fallen. We are sinking a lot of stuff. Like, oh god, I have less than 50 convoys. In fact, they probably have about 30 total. Yeah, Japan's dead. There is not much they can do now. Right, what do I want to do? Maybe get another armored cruiser? Or 2? Task force. Submarine organization and hit points. And you know what? I chose capital ships named for gunfire support. Now that I'm actually using heavy cruisers and I'm intending them to be hit and run, I think I probably want them to be armored raiders. That's only a tiny bit of organization. Range, a lot of range. Fast battleships, heavy cruiser, surface detection, speed, and organization. Not as good as the heavy the battle cruiser. Actually, anti-aircraft batteries, heavy ship, which includes heavy cruisers, 15% more armor, 5% more hit points, and 5% more light attack. Interestingly, heavy cruisers do not get a bonus for anti-air. This is only battle cruisers and battleships. But they do get an anti-air bonus for naval gunfire support, so maybe I just stay on this. Surface visibility is also useful because it means that they're less likely to be spotted. Get freedom from the Dutch. We're working on it. Subject contributed war score 0. Eh? Really? No, I guess because I'm generating it for myself. Interesting, because I'm already a Dominion. I was expecting that to be accelerating my autonomy gain, but apparently it has not. We are still gaining it because of our advisors. Lost 16 million? Are the Soviets losing that hard? Yeah, they kind of are. And China. Yeah, the Soviets really are losing that hard. Oh dear. Advanced computing machine. Lovely. More torpedo stuff. Actually, no, we probably want damage control. Actually, shipbuilders. And we do have 3 dockyards, 4 of them. Another heavy cruiser? No, let's just get some more convoys. We are slowly increasing our pool of them. It would be nice to have a bit more resilience. Destroyer. Yeah, we're getting a lot of reserve submarines at this point. To the extent where I may not even need this one. No, I think having one... Like, if I get 20 extra, then maybe at that point I'll stop producing them. Whoops, that was not what I meant to do. Stop. Reading. Go back. Choose this. Research. That one. So... Only takes 23 days. Not exactly a long time. Hey, Linus. Greetings from Vicksburg, Mississippi. You're on vacation. Nice. And hey, Arsham. I am still here in Sweden. Catching China up again. With my 2,000 losses. I have 100 factories. Huh. Cool. Did my naval base ever get finished? No, that's still in production. Now we have another research slot. This one... Small caliber armor piercing for task force. And this is the task force upgrade. Which I think a whole bunch of extra armor would be very nice. Fall of Rome. Okay, the Allied invasions are starting. Armor-piercing capped shell. Root heavy battery. Oh yeah, Sicily is already fallen. The Chincona Bureau has accepted our terms. With malaria ravaging half the tropics and no substitute for quinine in sight, they had little choice. The new agreement guarantees us substantially higher share of the profits from every gram of quinine that leaves our shores. The question now is where to direct this windfall. So extra civilian factories, electronics and industry, a bunch of building slots, or military... No. The outer islands, obviously. Because we barely scratched the surface in terms of all the building that we can do in the East Indies. What do I want? Oh, we still need more excavation for those. Not really using resource contracts anymore, so I don't particularly need that. Hybrid navy, maybe. Entire navy or 2 dockyards. I guess that depends on how many ships the Dutch actually have left. Although, considering the sheer amount of damage that we've been doing, that may not be a small number. What I really want is this. Is there a way of getting autonomy through these? Yes, let's do that. By reorganizing our colonial bureaucracy and recruiting native administrators, we will in time be able to take charge of our own affairs. And there is the advanced cruiser, so let's go ahead and design that. Tier 4 engine 47. Yes, secondary. Yes, a little armor. Yes, heavy cruiser 2. AA. Fire control. AA. Secondary. Secondary. AA. Aircraft facility. Still goes at 40 knots. That is a flipping fast ship. 5,000 production cost. This is going to start costing me some chromium, which I'll need to import. I'm alright with that. So this is the armored cruiser. Oh. Cool. So we're going to build just one more of each of those. That's 3. So let's lay down 4. Task force. Task force. Task force. And, you know what? Task force. Because in a month we finish that one. In 4 months we finish that one. 5 months that one. And how many submarines we're at? We're at 10. I mean, we are still building dockyards. Dutch Papua is still also being upgraded. Meanwhile, Siam has become Thailand. They're still fighting gamely against the Burmese invasion, but it looks like Burma's doing quite well there. Another destroyer sunk. So you've managed to rebuild a bunch of convoys, but that's because a significant proportion of your naval production set to that. You have 0 supply fulfillment because of the lack of stuff getting over here. Sevastopol has done its thing. The UK just declared war on Vichy. I was wondering when that would happen, because that's going to allow us to now secure the entirety of Africa. We do have more things to produce, including the homing torpedo, which is raiding. That's ahead of time. Fire control. Task force. Of course, this guy's doing Navy. Well, naturally. We have Japan pretty well cornered. But they're still fighting surprisingly well and effectively in China. I want to see if any of you captains have gained more experience yet. Not really. Does one of these increase experience gain? No. Not really. There's trait experience gain. Infantry upgrade. Vichy is caught in Syria. Right, now we're thinking Free French stuff. No, sorry, yeah, Vichy stuff. Be bad if we were thinking Free French. Oops. Not bad. We missed. You have a big old cruiser that wants to get out and have some fun. We also have actually a couple of destroyers that want to go into here. Do medium risk. So where do I want this guy? And I guess I need to assign you another ship captain. It's so annoying that I haven't managed to get any of the actual promoted ship captains with the experience buffs. Let's go for one of the lower experience people. Ooh, iron sights. Nice. Alright, then your job, I guess, is going to be patrol? There's a high chance you're just going to straight up die. We'll see how this goes. So it should be just in these two zones. Except that the submarines are being so brutal, I kind of wonder if you're ever actually going to get into a fight. Are you chasing things? Oh no, you're just sailing between the regions. Are you at least getting experience for that? No. Improve heavy batteries. That's another upgrade that we'll probably want to do, but I think I'm going to max these out and then we'll go back and take a look at what upgrades can be done. Tempting you to do a game as well. I mean, Hellfrick Dutch East Indies is kind of strong. I have 100 submarines that are just ruining everyone's day. How is Germany getting convoys to Japan as you see control? I'm fairly sure they're not. I'm sinking them on the way. Sorry, I'm actually noticing a naval invasion. Also, you've been kicked out of Rome. Still control Sicily, however, so that's good. $150 political power. Do I want to do an election? I think I might do. Is it time for De Jonge to come back? No, because he has the autonomy progress reduction. We definitely don't want him. You do give a tiny bit of... Ah, that's where I'm getting my democracy support from. No, we want to replace this guy. I remember now. You do nothing for us. Minister of Finance, autonomy progress gain. That would be useful considering what we're trying to do at the moment. 20% more likely to take focuses from the joint tree. Except at the moment I don't actually want you to do that. That's autonomy gain and democracy. Both of those would be nice. But I think I'm going to go with the independence activist. So that we can really double down on the autonomy. So that I can get my freedom. Now I need to save political power for said freedom. Germany's still doing stuff with submarines. Not really. Italy has 10 ships left. Oh dear. Japan probably still has... Oh no. Japan? What's happened to you there, buddy? You have less than 50 ships left. I mean, I know exactly what's happened to them. But still. Oops. One excavation. Need to export more stuff. What? They sank a submarine? How could they? Range and fuel usage, speed and fuel usage. These are the cruisers, and I actually want them to have range. They're already bloody fast for what they are. So go ahead and do that. You still got the one ship. Currently based out of Manila. You have roughly the same range as the submarines at the moment. Yeah, you're not finding much to fight. Another research slot. Time for some more industry. And the other thing I could do is make an actual army and go and shoot stuff. Because it's quite clear that the Japanese are not going to be able to naval invade me. We sucker punched them hard early on in the war and sank like 500,000 men worth of naval invasions. It wasn't quite that much, I think it was like 250,000, but still it was a lot. Taking some losses. Yeah, it's because there's so many individually of you. All of the experience you are earning is being shared amongst a whole bunch of ships. And because the Japanese don't have any real war fleets left, basically doomed. Which is why I'm a little surprised that they have not gone into... Well, I guess because we don't have them that well blockaded. We're trying to, but all of this is... we can't reach it. So we can reach all of this. What if I switch you guys to patrol? Now we're going after their surface fleets. What remains of them anyway. Yes, this will mean that we take a few more casualties, but I'm kind of okay with that. Vladivostok is the Russian capital, so it is. Meanwhile, Helfrich has hit level 6 with his 10 combat. He does have another trait available. Quite like him to get, like, concealment expert and smokescreen specialist. So I'll hold off on assigning him a new trait just yet. The industrial thing, yes, I would love to have 10% more industrial dockyard production. That would be fantastic. And I do need to buy some of these. Are any of these safer than the others? Which is Raj. Let's buy from you. And America! More steel, please. Thank you. Now I think I'm probably running out of civilian factories, considering... Yeah, I am. "19 civies coming in from trade." That's pretty nice. both of you doing jet engine? Yeah, interesting. Don't forget resource extraction. Yeah, I know. It's only 2,000 people. Flaming torpedoes. Efficiency cap and growth. Visibility and heavy attack on capitals. We now have 2 of you. Ah, you've gained some experience. Lovely. Cruiser sunk. Light cruiser sunk. Now our submarines are really going for it. Meanwhile, you've already got to level 3. You... Still level 1, but you're actually getting a lot of experience already. That's a bunch more destroyers. Gotta love the fact that my submarines are actually finding and sinking light cruisers and destroyers. They get spotted from time to time, they're just like, run away, it's fine. Dive, dive, dive. May as well do these. This is a task force gun. And then we'll probably do one last upgrade of our heavy cruisers, which we now have 3. Can I push you up? Because at the moment you're patrolling down here, I think. So how do we patrol in those locations? Oh yeah, and you can also reach further north than the other ships can. So that's good. Possible landings up to there. Sank the pride of that fleet. Yakagi. So I know a couple of you got medals. Recovery rate, supply consumption, detection, experience gain. Unfortunately, none of you are people with a lot of experience. And I'm still trying to save up to the 300 political power I need, because we have actually reached the autonomy needed for independence. Now I just need the political power. So I think I'm going to speed 5 and just go for independence. Can we do a naval landing in Japan? Probably. If I did that. Probably do it from the Philippines. But my armies are really not that good, so we shall see how effective they are at this. Probably also going to need better naval invasion tech. What I wanted to do was a full back line here for everyone else. And you can do a full back line here. So that we have all of our troops in a relatively good spot for an invasion. Let's go ahead and deploy your HQ. Let's go ahead and deploy your HQ. Should not have deployed your HQ, you're actually quite a low level character. So let's destroy that. Which then allows me to switch you out for Ilgan. And deploy you. And then let's go ahead and edit those templates. Let's add just a bunch more guns and people with guns. Naval liaison, seeing as this is a naval invasion. Engineering staff, because we actually have engineers. Baku has just fallen. And then recon, I guess, although we don't actually have any scouts. We'll just have really big HQs, seeing as we have 2 armies. And we finally finished building all of the things, so let's get a supply hub here. Make that a priority. And I think I'd also quite like to build... No, I can't. Level 8 naval yard in Batavia. That would be good. And naval invasion. That's you. Destroyers. Ooh, we lost some destroyers there. Guangdong has capitulated. Oh, really? How are you actually pushing into China? Where is your supply coming from? Because right now, all of your supply is basically on the bottom of the ocean. I guess you have a really good salvage system. And... did I actually... No, I forgot to research those. Because then I can upgrade my ships for the final time. Was that the guy? Was that you falling ill? Yes, fantastic. Okay, well, launch the invasion while you're feeling ill. I'm sure this will go swimmingly. Can't foresee anything going wrong here. No. You have... 323 out of the 375 required. Okay. Let me send in some more then. That's an American naval invasion going on. Maintain strategic flexibility has been done by the USA. Good. Because then I can cancel this. An Abdicom's become available, so let's develop naval infrastructure. Australia receives 2 dockyards and core territory. Dominion of Indonesia receives 2 as well. Cool. 98. 99. Freedom! Cancelling that actually, because what I want to do is... Yeah, I want the Republic of Indonesia, please and thank you. When the Netherlands begrudgingly agreed to the Suharto petition, the resulting legislation bound Indonesian independence to a long list of conditions to qualify as economically self-sufficient. Despite this, these conditions have now been met in full, thanks to the determination held by the Indonesian people, and the Netherlands has no choice but to accept our formal declaration of independence. 35 days. Let's do it. Oh, you! Oh, that's me! Oh, fantastic. Yay, go me. Well, that was America. Quick. Seize everything. Not you. Ah. Hello? Thank you. Here comes the rest of the army. More research, yes please, do these, thank you very much. So Osaka's being fairly well defended at the moment. Looks like they're not going to be able to do much here. Yeah, USA is getting the benefit. This is my naval invasion. I was right. Because, yeah, we're this colour now. Last technology for the Navy is this one. This is a raiding shipbuilder, so that's good. And there it is, the Republic of Indonesia. Fully independent. And with that, we can do some other things, I think. Oh, it does also mean that all of the requires... the Netherlands can't do any more of those. Finished banker projects. We did get the excavation needed, so more civilian factories, resources to market, and a bunch of extra stuff. With new roads, ports and railways, operational access to banker by tongue, survey teams report deposits of tungsten and chromium beyond our initial expectations. These islands will yet prove their full worth to the Republic. By the Republic. You guys have achieved your objectives there. Continue pushing north. You push down to here. Carry on. Thanks for the hard work, is what the USA is saying. Kind of feels that way. Cheeky blighters taking all the glory. Well, I guess it is the 4th of July, so we'll allow it. Just for today. Yes, please stretch the whole way across. Thank you very much. Yokohama's going to fall soon, and then Tokyo is next. Fall of Tokyo. Clearly Indonesian. Indonesian forces have arrived in Tokyo, and the Indonesian War Department recently announced an end to major combat operations in the city. Fighting was reported as heavy, particularly in the vicinity of the Imperial Palace, which was defended by fanatical members of the Imperial Guard, even though the Emperor is believed to have left the city before the Indonesian assault began. With the fall of Tokyo, experts predict that organised resistance in the rest of the Japanese home isles will soon crumble. Peace negotiations are expected to begin shortly, unless Japanese hardliners convince the Emperor to continue to fight to the death. Seems unlikely. Well, in the meantime, what I will do is set up the occupation of the Japanese home isles. Like so. Oh, 1 million manpower. Oh, right, because we caught everything else. Haha, excellent. Right, I should now have some new ports from which I can properly dedicate the patrol. I have a whole bunch of ships available here that could be added to other fleets. The main ones I'm interested in, though, are the destroyers. Because now we're fighting the last remnants, the last gasp of the Japanese fleets. But now their efforts in China should really collapse. Like, what have they got left? Like, seriously? What? And in the invasion of the Japanese home isles, I lost 21,000 men. Sank another Japanese pride of the fleet. I am quite surprised they've not peaced out yet. Oh, because Thailand now counts as a major. Interesting. That's why they're still fighting on. So yeah, Japan does not have a lot of troops left. And they certainly don't have the resources and supply to equip them. Short on chromium, but I have too much steel. Someone's just capitulated. Is this the Soviets? Yep! Oh no! So Japan falls, but the Soviets also fall. That's one big old Germany. 1943. Yuck. Another Pride of the Fleet song. Anchor project is done. Justification against us by Italy. I mean, we're already at war. So they're not at war with China. They do have a tiny border here. Iran is a border against them now. Turkey may join. Greece has actually been retaken. And Mexico is apparently in Sardinia, because of course they are. Africa's been retaken from Vichy, so we're just waiting for D-Day. But because it's 1943, D-Day just hasn't had a chance to happen yet. But this does mean that the Allied forces are going to be up against the full strength of Germany. There goes Turkey, which opens yet another front against the Germans. And we don't have Japan to fight anymore. Hey, now I can trade with Australia again. And... fire control. No, damage control. Task force. 3, 2, 1. So that's the stuff needed for the heavy cruiser designs finished. So let's go ahead and design a new version of the Armored Cruiser Mark 1. AA has no upgrades. The secondaries, however, have lots. No, they don't either. So in fact, the only thing that upgrades, I think, is the medium battery. Yeah, that's it. That barely seems worthwhile. In which case, I won't bother. But anyway, I think that this game is basically done. Yes, we could continue against the Greater Germanic Reich. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I won't. What I will do is end this stream here because I'm getting very hungry and I want to have my dinner. So I'll be back again at 6. I'm kind of thinking that I may come back and do Infection Free Zone because I've been really enjoying that game recently and I kind of want to do it as Paradox. So I think what we'll do is we'll load up a game in Stockholm and I'll use the Paradox offices basically as our headquarters and then see whether Paradox is a good place to, you know, survive the zombie apocalypse. I think that would be kind of a fun one to do. In the meantime, Nek3D, Nekkonexu, Lebkankan and Uncle Groose, thank you very much for the follows. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. So yes, I'll be back in about an hour and we will go do some Infection Free Zone playing as the Paradox officers. What was I thinking? I was thinking, who else is streaming right now? We can go and rate them. Is anyone doing Hearts of Iron? Hearts of Iron. Let's have a look. Not very many people. Not many people at all. Am I the only one in English? Pretty much. Well... Oh, Shen's doing EU5. You know what, let's go raid Shenra. Been kind of curious to see what's changed in EU5 recently. So head on over to Shenra, say hello from Mordred Viking. Love to see his chat absolutely lit up by the Viking Raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking Raid just like this. Or if you're a subscriber, you can bring in the longships just like this. Anyway, that's it for me. Thanks everyone for watching, and I will see you at 6, so just under an hour from now, for some Infection Free Zone. Until then, bye-bye everyone.
Market in here. Yeah, we can make a new market in here. At Angers.